So,
So
yeah,
I'll go ahead and read this call to order, opening statement instead. This will call our State Tribal Economic Development Commission meeting for May 17, 2023 to order. Montana Department of Commerce records the meetings electronically and will serve as the official meeting minutes. Please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak. Explain any acronyms that may be used in the discussion. If you're referring to a document, state the document name. As a final reminder, the recording will not be edited, cut, or altered in any manner. Now we will have our roll call. Marilyn?
Cheryl Rivas here. Richard Sandgren,
Here.
Jennifer Finley is out. Sean Backbone,
Here.
Delina Cuthbert. Bryce Kirk,
Here.
Gerald Gray,
Here.
Melissa Fisher. Misty Poole. And Director Scott Osterman.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Sean.
You bet.
Oh, Sean, say a opening prayer.
Thank you. Pray my language here. Hey, Baratia, Shijik Bahir, Shigaku, and Abesh, but Kawag, what you were you could Bugiak, Pauli, Bugia, Enagiak, as a goish, do a Yakuduga. I'm no hek, a great radio gets you. Agalo Kota Yaku, still no Shichka Saurikyo. They are an economic development program, made us couldn't get blessed out of you, but it's a Yurikyo. Baba Chegaga goes Babika. Oh.
Thank you.
That'll be
Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to Havre. Do we have any public comment on non-agenda items? Anybody? Yeah.
Like,
Where do you want?
it's here.
No?
You can come on up, yeah.
So thank you so much for letting me be here with you today. I met with some of you this last spring at the government conference, and I really enjoyed what I learned there, and I know I still have so much to learn, so thank you for letting me be here with you today. I work for the Department of Commerce. I'm in the Community MT division. I recently worked on our funds for infrastructure. Before that, I worked at Growth Development. So I worked with the 5 counties here, working on their infrastructure. And we are currently launching our new lead service line technical assistance program in partnership with the Department of Economic Quality, the DEQ and DNRC also. We have a new program that's just starting, and I wanted to share some of that information with you. I think it's really beneficial for your communities. We are able to offer through established service providers that we're just not determined on that, up to 100 hours of assistance for your communities to finish their lead service line inventories. So this is a mandated inventory by the EPA, and it needs to be completed by October 16th of 2024. So that's not very far from where we are. I've been doing a lot of touring the state and meeting in different regional water authorities. I met here in Havre, met with several of the Rocky Boy political officers that were there. And we weren't sure until recently, like how this would work with tribes receiving their own funding from EPA. But we have been assured that we can use this technical assistance program. So that's that up to 100 hours of a service provider to come to your communities to help you complete the inventory of your lines. And then also potentially to help you make the service plan that needs to be submitted to the EPA. And then to identify next steps. This information talks about $100 million that's coming to the state that can be used in state revolving funds. That is separate. The tribal nations should be receiving their own allotments from the EPA, and we haven't received that level of funding yet. They're still working through that. So that portion isn't part of, what we're working with, but we will continue to work with any of the tribal nations that are interested in think to further how they can fund those projects for flood ones. So I just wanted to share these with you. On the back, there's a QR code and you can snap that or go to our website. It'll take you directly to the lead service line landing page for the Department of Commerce. On there, there's one little button that you click on, and right there you can just sign up for community and say that you would like assistance, and then we will be in touch. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. After a legislative session, you'd think that would just be like normal. It's Susan Brurud, BRURUD. And with Department of Commerce, I live here in Howard.
And may I ask another question?
Sure.
What is there a direct website, like, is it simple for them to get to the website?
Yes, so that's what there's a QR code right on the back of here. If you've used one of those before, you just put your camera over it and it will automatically take you to that site. Or if you go to the comdev.mp.gov, you'll see one of the carousels at the top is going to take you to the lead service line page. You just go right there and there's a button right there that says like request assistance for your community. And it'll just ask like your public water system number, if you're part of a tribal nation, if you currently have an engineer procured, it's just one page of short information and then we'll be in.
So this funding is to the state. And then we get separate, the tribe will get it through.
EPA. So
If we do this, you click on this, will this expedite anything for us?
yes, this will take you to the technical assistance. So you are eligible for the 100 hours of service provider assistance. So
Because
that's
a lot of times, you know, through the EPA and stuff with tribes, it either goes with prices into IHS or BIA, which is really, really slow.
right. So this funding is already here for us to use.
But that's a state.
But we've been assured that we can use this with our tribal partners as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's what's really
Okay, that's all.
exciting.
Gotta
We don't-
ask, I guess, in a roundabout way.
Yeah, we don't know when your funding for your projects will come, but we can start you with this now because this needs to be done by next fall. So that was really exciting information for us to receive. We kept that like, can we get started now? Because we also have, there's quite a bit of like mobile home parks on tribal land that need to have this assistance. So we're really excited to be able to go from some of our ARPA infrastructure projects that we've been able to partner with and give technical assistance to then start rolling into this. Because for a lot of water projects, this will help save some of that funds that they've been already put into projects or allow them to expand. So
Oh, perfect.
I'll leave these with you. You can pass them around and my card is here. Please feel free to contact me anytime. And I'm happy to, but I'll kind of teach that in. With any of you. Did you have any other?
And the ones.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, not very much.
Another extra. Chairman Gray.
Yeah.
Just for the audience, when you come up to speak, please feel free to stand closer because they're having a hard time hearing us. So as close to the table as you can get when you're speaking so they can hear us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on non-agenda item? Oh. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I asked our planning department from Rocky Boy to come down. Trevor Standing Rock is the director, but it's usually Shane Toxel here. But Trevor wanted to talk about broadband on the reservations, you know, there was legislation that was introduced this past session, but or the representative from Browning, but it didn't pass. So, I think Trevor had some ideas. Did he pass those on to you, Shane? No. Okay, he wanted to talk about the reservations, you know, possibly it could be under Gerald's, rock, Montana, or the tribal leaders. Where, we do have some type of organization that, that we can all get together and. So since Trevor's not here, I guess I'll see where he wants to go and let Ted talk to you about it.
Okay.
We'll put down a different agenda.
Yeah, you bet, that'd be good. Needs to be.
If this got me address for a second.
Yeah,
So, Richard, thank you for that. My suggestion would be, once you understand what it is that you either individually or collectively want to do, that you reach out to Marilyn or someone. And broadband, doesn't reside in Commerce. It right now is going to be overseen by Mark Blaisdell from the GoEd office. So my suggestion is that once you have some direction set, we will help you engage with Mark, and as he has oversight over the entire broadband program, and we'll help you start those discussions. So
Scott, what office was that, and who was it? Mark? What?
So it's Mark, it's former senator and former president of the Senate, Mark Blaisdell, Blasedel. Mark is in the office of the governor's office of economic development. Now, while the roles in GoEd are different than they have been before, this is the broadband area is it's an area of he has an area of oversight for broadband that through DOA. So really he's the individual that would be looking into and ensuring that if there was something to be done with the tribes, that DOA and its execution would have have the ability to make that engagement. So that's what I would suggest. And since this is just new to him, and his understanding of broadband, certainly we will help in the process of how to engage and what to do there.
Thank you. Any other non-agenda? Did anyone online have anything?
This is Mr. Chairman, this is Delina from Fort Belknap. I just wanted to speak to the planning department staff for Rocky Boy and mention that Fort Belknap would definitely like to assist with this and try to drive any efforts that we can. That we have been involved in several meetings and efforts around this, including recent discussions around the BEAD and the Digital Equity Act that would provide states funding for broadband development. Our interest is, as you know, Rocky Boy, we're also on the same page with that Middle Mile grant project that we've applied for jointly. And we're also aware of the fight that we've been fighting with the state in defense of tribes to have equal access to economic development for broadband. So this is a very serious matter for Fort Belknap, and we're on board with any initiatives that you'd like us to do. I do have a consultant that's an ex-military gentleman that runs a company called Spy Ego, and he's also helped Rocky Boy with the Middle Mile application. We all know James Guzman. But yeah, if we need to gather together and address this effort, I did feed Senator Fox some language against, in support of broadband for Montana during the legislative session, as well as James. But again, that didn't fly. But we just need to continue keeping the effort, going, because we basically know how, they're trying to, I don't know, kind of squirrel us out of this monopoly that, we have with broadband coverage in Montana. And that's just, absolutely unacceptable. Tribes have the ability to decide their own economic development destiny. And broadband is definitely something that's on the table for us, and we'd like to continue to pursue it and help other tribes in Montana do that. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I think that would be a good topic too, to get on the RMTLC agenda.
Yeah,
Have you guys present. All right, any other non-agenda items? Any? Okay, so we'll move on and then we'll go ahead and guys,
Actually-
commissioners want to take.
Say something?
Go ahead,
I'm
Scott.
sorry. Yeah, this is Scott Osterman, just as an additional, so that you're aware, there is a Robert's Rules of Orders training that's going to be rolled out to all of the different boards throughout the state. So there'll be a training notification set up if you haven't received it already here in the next short period of time, so that all boards and committees that function under Robert's Rules of Orders have training that'll be done, and we should have certainly the chairs, but also all the board members, if so possible, go through that training. That way we can, as we have these public meetings and we have, the opportunity to work in a cohesive and appropriate manner. So we don't get some technicality hanging us up about something later on because of how it was voted or how it was, something was amended, et cetera. So just give you that encouragement that you take the time to do that. And certainly it will help with any and all the rest of your meetings and that might also be within the tribes, et cetera, that might also be run through Robert's Rules of Order. So thank you very much for allowing me to say that.
Scott, is that online or is it in person?
Yeah, it's online, and some of it is online in contained units. Others of it is, it's at a set specific time with a trainer, and there is allowed to be interactions. So it's a combination of both, as I understand it.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, if the commissioners will take a look at the February 15th, 2023 minutes. Get a motion to approve or? The motion to approve. Have a motion by Corpak. Second by Crow. Any other discussion? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I did have a little discussion, regarding the presentation of Ms. Taylor and the decision to change the funding for tribes for the rotating grants. And the only thing that really bothers me is who's going to be last? Will there still be funding available? Got 8 tribes, and I guess we're going to be competing against each other for funding on. First tribe will get it, okay, then they got to wait another 8 years before they go in. Get additional funding. That was my concern regarding that, but I think it's kind of a done deal. As far as I know.
It's up for discussion right now.
Yeah.
You're gonna go through it a little bit later?
Sure. Okay,
I'm.
that's the only part of the minutes that I kind of, looked at and looking to see if there was a consensus on it.
I think it was more about, we all kind of like, oh, okay, we
Oh,
have,
no, you're-
yeah. Because I think the thing was too, this money had to be deployed by end of June. End of June, we're up against the timeline too. Like, June about, right? Yeah,
Yeah, I understood that. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to also agree with you, Mr. Sandry. But, also I think that the matching requirements are going to be probably a problem for some tribes as well. But that was one of the things that I thought as well.
Okay, that was just my question on the minutes. I'll call for the question.
okay. Any other discussion?
Yep. Mr. Chairman, this is Fort Belknap. I also have a similar question. It appears as inventory, an assessment, and then also for implementation. You know, there's probably different requirements for each. You probably can't go into implementation if you don't have the inventory completed perhaps. And then on top of it, when you do the implementation, is there a 50-50 match, which is typical of the state funds? You know, and we just kind of wanted to talk about that. If we're talking about 10,000 or less rural communities, a lot of these water systems struggle and are dealing with old, dilapidated, very in need of repaired infrastructure systems. And that's just really not, you know, not really a really good approach for rural, small water systems. They struggle. So I'm hoping that there won't be a match, you know, on this. So
Yeah,
when it comes time to actually mitigating the lead pipe replacements, yeah,
Right.
yeah,
I'd like you to respond.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So all we know right now is for our state entity. We don't know what the match or what the funding mechanism is gonna look like for the replacement components. But for what it's looking for now, how it's come down is, using SRF guidelines. And it's probably gonna be 60% forgiveness, with 40% loan and an interest rate of about 2%. So it'll be very low interest and a high forgiveness. We do not have the information yet from the EPA on how it's going to be structured as far as the implementation of your projects. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chairman, I have a
Yeah.
follow-up question. So if this is filtered through the EPA, which is a federal funding agency, has there been tribal consultation for tribes to be able to weigh in on the matrix of the funding release to tribes?
That I don't know, I'm sorry. We are working as a Department of Commerce to help the technical assistance side, which is to get that inventory done. And that portion we can offer assistance. And any of that, I mean, we already have quite a few smaller entities that, like I said, you know, may have a 1925 mobile homes or that type of thing, and start working with them on getting their inventory complete. There's also a lead change, an additional ruling that will come out in the fall. It won't change the inventory we don't receive, but there may be some additional things. And so as soon as we get that information, I'm happy to pass it forward to whoever would be the best contact. Was there anything else on that?
Sorry.
no. All right, so with the past approval of the minutes, all in favor, say aye. Those opposed, same sign, and then minutes passed. Okay, so up next would be a small business SBA programs, Martin.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Martin DeWitt with the U.S. Small Business Administration. Currently located out of Billings with the SBA or Small Business Administration. And just want to say thank you all for providing me the opportunity to speak with you, and I'm honored to be here in front of everyone today. And visit with everyone about the opportunities that are out there available from the U.S. Small Business Administration. So let's have fun with it too, right? Because talking government can put you all to sleep, and that's not what I'm here for in the morning. So myself and background first, I'm from Wolf Point. Grew up over there, born and raised. I'm an enrolled member of the Little Shell Chippewa tribe. Thankful also that the federal government finally recognized us. They're sending up smoke signals from Canada too still, so it's all good. So appreciate that. And so background wise, I've been doing economic development work for communities in Montana for over 18 years. I was a commercial loan officer, providing small loans and opportunities for small businesses in the Northeast region of Montana. I was the executive director over there, and we worked with EPA and EDA and all those other acronyms. I'm not going to state all of them, but for the record, but all the federal programs that are out there, several state programs, housing programs, and created opportunities that way. So I served over there doing that for about 10 years and was recruited or requested to apply for USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, and worked in their business programs for 4 years. And then someone liked me there and told me I should apply for this job, which is even better because I don't have the metrics on SBA specific programs. I'm here to help small businesses find opportunities and create the resources that will make them successful in their ventures as they're moving forward, and how that affects you all as a commission in economic development. Obviously, economic development, businesses create jobs, jobs create financial opportunities and capital access for individuals within that service region of that business. So there's a lot of opportunity that's out there in a lot of different programs, but since I've been away from some of the other ones, I don't call myself an expert anymore, but I'm an expert on finding people that know who to talk to and where the right channels are to go as well. But on the expert side of things, I'll visit a little bit about SBA now, since that's who's paying me to stand in front of you today. So the SBA really falls under three components of services that we provide. The big one that a lot of people are aware of is just that capital access side of things, which is obtaining capital access for their businesses. And everybody knows, they think you just go to the SBA and they've got money for you. We got teased by Councilman Hamilton. I brought my checkbook and had money today, so I think I forgot it. But so capital access is one of the opportunities that's out there through the SBA. Second one is counseling opportunities that are available to small businesses. And the last one is contracting assistance. So we call it our 3 C's internally because it's easy: capital access, contracting, counseling. And so kind of the process of that is any business that's really looking to access capital has to be able to successfully apply. You don't just go into a lender or go into a grant funding organization and say, hey, I need $50,000 because I got a great idea. You say, well, what does that mean, right? Those counseling opportunities are provided through the SBA through several different resources. One of them that's probably more popular, and the Department of Commerce folks will like this promotion through them, is that SBA provides funding to the state of Montana. And the state of Montana runs the Small Business Development Center program in conjunction with the Montana Department of Commerce. And those opportunities are out there for counselors. We've got 10 counselors around the state. There's coverage throughout the entire state by those counselors to assist with putting together that business plan, getting that idea in their head on paper so that they can go and access capital successfully. Additionally, they'll help with financial projections and working through that, looking at historicals, a whole variety of things. They have free to low cost counseling opportunities through trainings. And most of those organizations, if you go and visit with them, if they're not providing something up front, they can access opportunities of what trainings are out there across the state for those businesses. So great resource with SBDC. In addition to that, we have what's called the VBOC, or Veteran Business Outreach Center. They provide technical assistance, and some of these programs sound like they overlap at some level. But just like many of you know, it feels a lot more comfortable speaking to someone that's similar to you, right? So veterans, and this is myself, whenever I was in the Marines for 4 years, and anytime I start visiting with another veteran and we start speaking the speak, stand up a little bit more straight, I talk a little bit different and all that stuff. And visiting with people from back home, start talking a little bit different, I stand a little different, it's everything, because you create that comfort level with those you associate with. So Veteran Business Outreach Center is out there to, again, provide technical assistance opportunities for those veterans and the spouses of veterans. And in the Native American community, there's a high percentage of Native Americans that have served in the military. So there's a resource out there. They have that technical assistance. And I think what I felt with that program in Montana is one of the greatest things that they offer is connecting those veterans with other veterans that are out there doing it. And those other veterans are all about helping out this veteran with their new ideas. They transition into that out of active duty, back into civilian lifestyle, and how they can provide back to the community from the skills they learned in the military. So great opportunity with the Veteran Business Outreach Center. We do have SCORE chapters around the state. There's 3 of them. There's one in Helena, there's one in Bozeman, and one in Billings. And SCORE is also one of our resources. Majority of that is retired individuals in different professions or from different business industries that are trying to give back to the business community. And they offer free mentorship. So if you're in business, wanting to get in business, there's someone there that can say, hey, I went through that back in 1992. And this, keep your head up, kind of walk through this, or here's some ideas of what you can do with your business to be successful. So SCORE is another opportunity that we have. We also have women's business centers. We have 2 of those in Montana. There's one located down in Bozeman and one in Missoula. The one in Missoula, in their grant application to the SBA, made a specific focus to do outreach in rural and native communities in Montana. So they do have a specific focus where they're trying to outreach into the native communities. So there's additional opportunity there for you, where you have an organization that's specifically trying to target those women-owned small businesses in native communities right in Montana. And the last one that I'm going to talk about is our Community Navigator Pilot Program. And that program was funded through an organization called OWISTA out of Colorado. OWISTA is a tribal nonprofit organization that's run as a CDFI, or a Community Development Financial Institution. This is a test on how many acronyms I can rattle off. So a Community Development Financial Institution, that organization received funds from the SBA as a hub, is what it's called within the program. And then that hub has spokes that goes out into communities around the country of what that organization serves. In OWISTA, their focus is Native American. So we do have 4 different spokes that are here in Montana. There's one down in Crow with Plenty Doors. It's a spoke for that program. We've got NACDC that's over in Browning as well. We've got, trying to remember everybody now, we've got NADC down in Billings that services the entire state and a couple other states as well. And then right here we have the Native American Financial, I can't remember the last letter, so forgive me. But there's one here that services the Belknap area as well. So our Community Navigator program is really that those people on the ground within those organizations, they're working with OWISTA to make sure that some of those barriers to accessing capital and counseling opportunities are brought down. And so that people understand that these programs are here for everyone. And they're out there living amongst you, right? And they can say, hey, Martin's okay, he's here to help. Let's work through this together and create those opportunities, right? So that's our counseling piece really that falls into the small business administration. So now you got counseled up, you got technical assistance, you got your financial projections laid out, and now you're going to go access capital. Whether it's through some grant funding that's out there or applying through a lending institution, whether that's a traditional bank opportunity or some of the non-traditional organizations that may fall within some of your tribes where they may require some of those things as they're working through that, as some of you have funding that's available for them, or an economic development organization that services your area as a non-traditional financing opportunity. So capital access with SBA specifically. We really got three areas there that are probably the most common that may be beneficial to this group. So we've got what's called a micro business program that's provided through an organization that people can access those funds through an organization called MoFi. That is not an acronym, that's the name of the business, MoFi. Those loans are to combat predatory lending and use of credit cards when people want to start up businesses, expand their business. So rather than paying a 27% interest rate to a credit card or 1,000% interest to a predatory lender that's out there that's preying on low income areas and people that maybe don't think there's access out there for them. That's what this program is for. So up to $50,000. There's no collateral requirements. The average loan size nationwide is about $13,000. So if you've got someone that's like, I need a computer, I need a car to maybe get around, a used car to get around, and I'm going to start making this thing happen. This could be a great opportunity for them of that up to 50,000 side. So great one there. Next one is our 7A guarantee program. It's called the 7A just simply because that was the bill number that it was passed under. Nothing fun or exciting about it, just 7A. What the 7A program is, it's a loan guarantee program through the bank where your traditional bank requests a guarantee from the SBA. And what the SBA provides is a guarantee on a potential loss. So all interest is based off of risk. This is a risk mitigation tool for the bank. So if we reduce the risk, we can hopefully turn some of the ideas to turn good loans into great loans, not bad loans into good loans. But to have good loans turned into great loans and bring down that barrier. So if a bank utilizes that, there are benefits that fall to the borrower. So risk mitigation directly correlates with interest rates. So if your risk is mitigated on your good loan that you're presenting to the bank, and your risk is mitigated, you could pay a lower interest rate potentially by the bank utilizing the 7A program. Lower interest means lower payment. Lower payment, better cash flow, more money to go around to grow the business and operate. Right? Additionally, with that guarantee, the bank can extend terms. So you're thinking, well, that means I got to pay longer, right? Well, yeah, you pay longer, but longer payment terms means lower payments again, better cash flow opportunity makes that business look better. There's additionally some opportunities there for reduced collateral options and things like that. This program, we can provide a 75% guarantee on up to $5 million deals. So got something north of that. You have to.
What kind of rates are you talking about?
So the rates are set by the lenders. So that's the lender still, the lender does the underwriting. So the program is there. The program is there to help the small business, but the program is for the lender to mitigate the risk so that they can. So rather than them just saying, nope, we can't do this. It's like, this is an opportunity. And one of the ways that could affect tribal community businesses, right, is when you're getting into collateral side of things of real estate as collateral, right, where that may be tied up in trust. And lenders don't like lending money or using trust property as collateral.
But 24% interest rate isn't gonna help anyone anyway.
Well, interest rates right now on a commercial level, so the SBA does
I'll
have,
just do that out.
yeah, they do have a limit on how much over prime they can do. And I believe it's like 2.65 or 2.75 over prime. So with prime right now being, I think it's in the 7 range, so a lender can't go above that. So it's making sure that they're not going outside of that. Yes, sir. Was that-
Do you have specific lenders that you work with? Right now?
So every traditional bank in Montana right now is signed up to provide 7A program lending.
Do you have, like,
And
a
there
list-
are
do you have
some
a list
credit
of
unions.
them?
as well.
Do you have like a list, like, so we can see if our local banks are?
If it's a traditional bank in Montana, it's signed up for it, every single
I'd
one.
have to see that. Right.
But who's-
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. You have actually who's giving out loans currently? Sorry.
So I believe our lender of the year last year was First Interstate Bank. Previously is Yellowstone Bank, Glacier Bank has been in the top, Stockman Bank is one of them. Independence Bank here locally has used it, at some levels, so. Name a bank and
Bank of Virgin.
Bank of Bridger is a very big, SBA lender. They actually have a specific group of people that does their SBA stuff, so you work with someone locally. And then they have a center where they send that stuff into, and then they do the SBA processing side of it. To submit it to us, and there are also, and some of the lenders, I don't have that list, are what's called PLP or Preferred Lending Program. Individual or banks, and so what they can do is they can. Without even coming to the SBA, they can make an SBA loan without coming to us up to $350,000. So that's a great opportunity there as well. And everybody heard of the Paycheck Protection Program? That was a 7A program that rather than our traditional 75% with 100% guarantee, and they just created an additional set of rules for that specific COVID requirement that created the Paycheck Protection Program. So that was a 7A program. So if you have a business that got Paycheck Protection Program money, they're a 7A lender because they had to be signed up for that. And that's where because before COVID, I believe we had 4 credit unions, and now we have like over 20 in the state are signed up, and that was because of the Paycheck Protection Program. They signed up so that they could provide those loans to their constituents. So again, popular when you start talking about money and checkbooks, right? Everybody's got questions there. So anyway, one last one, want to make sure visit about as far as capital access. And that's our 504 lending program. That's an economic development tool where there's an expectation of job creation that goes with this program. And what one of the focuses or where one of the requirements is that there's real estate transaction, whether it's purchasing real estate, developing real estate, modifying real estate, right? So that the real estate can be used as collateral within that loan, or large equipment type purchases, large fixed assets, things like that. And so why the 504 program, right? 504 program is what's called a participation loan program. The participation falls between a traditional lender, what's known as a CDC or a certified development company, and the borrower. That participation breaks out as the borrower comes in with 10% equity into the deal. That CDC, Certified Development Company, provides 40% of the funding, and the traditional lender provides 50% of the funding. And so those that maybe haven't went out and got a commercial loan, if you were to walk into a bank today and say, I intend on getting a commercial loan, here's all my stuff. The expectation from that bank is that you provide 20 to 30% equity into that. 10%, big deal, right? That's a significant savings to that borrower. It also is bringing down that barrier to access capital because not everybody has 20% sitting around. Some people can work to get 10%, or maybe they have assets that create equity within that business. So that 10% down, first level of that's a great opportunity that's there. Second portion of that CDC portion, falls as a subordinate lien behind the traditional lender. Again, it takes risk out from that lender. Computer died, I think.
It's going to.
And, warning, can't see anybody. But so that CDC portion falls as a second lien position behind that bank. The bank is only at risk of 50%. So again, it's reducing risk for that traditional lender. The 40% is a fixed interest rate, which can be stretched out up to 25 years. Again, out to 25 years. Lower payments lower payments, better cash flow, all of that. Next level of that with the lender, it can potentially lower their risk as well. So you could potentially get a lower interest rate from that lender. CDC rates right now, they're below prime, they're right at prime level right now, so they're lower, so that fixed interest rate that falls with the CDC portion at a stretched out time frame creates a greater opportunity on that 40%. So you blend the rates between what the bank is providing on their underwriting process and that CDC, and you're overall getting a lower interest rate for that project that you're doing. Plus, you only have to come in with 10%. So when you're talking real estate, large fixed asset type deals, to me, that's one of the best programs that's out there as far as that goes. We have 4 CDCs. I'll get right to you. 4 CDCs in the state. There's one in Missoula that's called Capital Matrix. There is one in Great Falls called High Plains Financial. There's one in Lewistown that's called Dakota Business Lending. And then we have one that's in Billings that is Big Sky Finance. And they also, I believe they still have a satellite office in Helena as well. Any one of those organizations can lend anywhere in the state. If it's a program that you have people that come to you that might be interested in that, you want to talk to them about it, I always recommend that they visit with the CDC first, because it's got to fit in their loan portfolio. And in addition to that, not all banks are always well aware or high attuned to the 504 program. And so that CDC can provide an education service to that lender of how that benefits the lender to provide funding to that borrower. So last year, great program as far as capital access. We got one more C, but I got a question first. Still got it?
Actually, you answered it. I was
Right on.
at the state, we have CRDCs, and so I was kind of curious.
Yep, Certified Regional Development.
So the SBA, you guys certify them?
No, so CRDC is,
No,
that's,
CDC.
oh, CDCs, yes, the
Okay.
CDCs have to go through a process and apply to the SBA at headquarters and go through that process there. And that's not the Montana District Office. And some of your tribal economic development organizations could apply to become a CDC. That's an opportunity that's out there. Those economic development organizations can do that. That's where the core of most of those organizations come from. The Dakota Business Lending is huge over in North Dakota. They had a loan officer that left them because their spouse was from Montana, and they moved back to Montana, and they're like, we miss you so much, and maybe we should expand into Montana, and they applied to expand their service in Montana. And Capital Matrix also, they're based out of Idaho, that expanded in Montana as well. So great opportunities there. Last one. Everybody studied up for the test, because we got one more area and then we're going to test and see if they'll pass. Just kidding. No jumping jacks required. So last one that I want to visit about is our contracting side of things. One of those that the federal government is the largest consumer in the entire world. If you want to access the money that the US government spends and break into that avenue of contracting with them, and contracting does not mean I'm going to go build roads for them. I'm going to go actually put up a building in construction. It's not always just that. I was just visiting with one of our centers the other day that said, that they had a government agency that called up one of our Apex accelerators. And they were talking about, it was during fire season, and they said, I can't find anybody to provide, we have water to put out the fire. We don't have water bottles for our firefighters to drink water. And I need a firm, and I need them in Montana. Who do you have? Who do you know? She contacted one of their native firms that they work with that set that up and said, hey, I've got an agency that has a need for water bottles. Is that something you can do? Said, sure. I didn't know how he was gonna do it, but said he'd do it. He went and ran to Great Falls, went to Sam's Club, bought pallets and pallets of all the water bottles that they had, took them out there and had his Square or whatever it was, payment processing, and they swiped their card and paid him and he made pretty good money on that just by being into these contracting programs. So these firms that are out there, there's different levels that they can be at. There can be a woman-owned small business. They can be a veteran-owned small business, an economic disadvantaged, which essentially would expand to all Native people because they're considered economically disadvantaged as a group of people within these programs. And then in addition to that, the tribes themselves can apply as being an 8A certified program provider. And then there's also HubZone certifications and things like that. So there's accounting services that the government looks for, water bottles, like mowing grass or Bureau of Land Management, maybe around their buildings, maybe FSA has facilities, GSA has facilities all over the state, and there's opportunities that can happen from that. And one of the opportunities or good ways to maybe transition into this program for individually owned firms is through the state Montana Department of Transportation has a DBE program. And if folks can get into that program, get some contracting experience under them, and then go out and apply to become a firm, they can be certified as one of these 8A certified firms for 9 years. And in that 9-year time frame, they have an advantage to getting these. They have set asides, and the government has a goal of 23% of its funds to be going to these certified firms that are out there. And when you're talking millions and billions of dollars, 23% is a whole bunch of money that's available for firms that are out there. In addition to that, just one of the things of thinking forward, as you're doing in these planning commission meetings. In Montana has the most missile silos in the entire United States, right here in Montana. There's a huge contract that's being awarded that can go out, I believe, up to 75 years worth of time, where they're updating and upgrading those missile silos right here in Montana. And you think about what the government is going to be doing out there. They're going to have workers that need to eat. They're going to have vehicles that need to be serviced. There's going to be construction requirements. There's going to be dirt hauling, any type of hauling materials, all that stuff is going to be done through contract work that's going to be available to these firms. And I don't remember what the number is. It's a thing that you can look up out there on the internet and see what's available out there and what kind of money they're spending through that contract. And even see where the missile silos is at, which is a little bit scary to me, but it's something you can look right at and what's out there. I think there's over 200 silos here in Montana and 75 years of work. And all you got to do is utilize this program to get in, build a relationship with the contractors. And some of those are extension contracts where you could be in the program and get one of these contracts while you're in the program that gets extended out over that 75 years. So I don't know why I'm promoting that program, because they threw that on me as an extra duty because our person that normally did it moved on, and they looked around the room and I must have looked guilty or something. They said Martin can do it. So but that is a great opportunity that's out there for people within the communities you all serve, and for your tribes as a money or a revenue generating opportunity that's out there to look at what types of firms, what kind of skill sets you have with the people you have that you oversee, where you can go and access these opportunities, bring that money back into your communities and watch your own community thrive. So counseling, capital access, contracting, Martin DeWitt, SBA 406-459-5347. I have cards if you don't feel like writing. I'll hand those out. And again, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak in front of you today, and I'm honored to present this. Are there any questions?
Have any questions?
Thank you, Martin, this fellow vet.
You bet.
It's good talking to you. Let you step it up, but I heard you say you give money to Department of Commerce. Is that where in ABBA funds or?
No, so there's other federal agencies out there that provide grant funding directly to businesses in some ways, or to nonprofit organizations that funnel down into businesses. The SBA goes on a larger scale one, or through some nonprofits like our women's business centers receive grant funding to provide that technical assistance. The Small Business Development Center grant funding is an expectation that the entire country and all of the US territories are covered by that service. So in order to do that, the SBA provides that money into the state, and the state is expected to make sure that coverage is provided everywhere in the state of Montana. That's how that's managed through the state and applied for. But that's funding that's been around well before all the new stuff that's coming out as far as technical assistance and opportunities. Those programs have been around for years. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, can I answer my perfect? I was just wondering whether how the funding for that. Come down.
Yeah, I believe that's state funding. And a lot of them work in conjunction with our small business development center as well.
I just had one more question.
Yes, sir.
Heard you talking about assisting veteran centers.
Yes.
You turned on the TV this morning and watched KRTV. They had a story about our veteran center up here in Rocky Bush. I wasn't paying much attention. I was getting my coffee and I looked over, I see my grandson on TV. And I'm like, uh-oh, what do you do now? But, it's a good organization, and I don't know if you worked with them.
With that particular, no, so our veteran business outreach centers, they're located out of Billings, and they're busy. They got so busy that we scared them off, or we got trained up too well. They went and started their own business. Our two counselors we had went into Wyoming and started a business down there. So that center out of Billings covers Montana for that counseling service, Wyoming and Utah. So they got a huge region that they cover, and a lot of veterans. And one of the core components that they do is they actually, it's called TAPS, which is a transition assistance program. When you get out of the government or get out of the military now, you have to go through TAPS. And part of that TAPS program, the Veteran Business Outreach Center shows up. So like Maelstrom here, they go there and they do what's called a Boots to Business training course. And that training course is to create the idea that you don't have to just be a infantryman trying to say, hey, I know how to shoot at people really well, or I know how to change tires on an airplane really well, but how you can look at those skills and create those skills as revenue generating opportunities and transition into the civilian world by utilizing your military experience and skill set that you've created there as a business opportunity. So outside of I didn't think of anything like that when I got out myself and just thought, well, I'm a veteran and people should like me because I can put clothes on y'all. But I ended up using my opportunities to find a job, whereas this is to create your own business type of idea.
Yeah, we have our Great Plains Veterans Association, up there, they provide service, Fort Belknap, Browning, you know, provide services, I think they, most parts, work back.
Yeah. There is an organization that's putting together all of the veteran, it's an organization out of Billings that does nonprofit work. And they're putting together a resource list of all the opportunities that are out there for veterans and all the different programs and what communities they serve. I don't, of course, have that top of mind right now, but I do have the information back at my office. So if that's something you'd like me to try to connect you with, feel free to shoot me an email. And I'll try to make those connections.
All right, other questions for Martin?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Hi, I'm Cheryl with the Blackfeet Tribe. Does SBA help entrepreneurs get into franchises? I know there's
Yes.
some, okay, because I know there are some, requirements such as population and so forth to get into a
Yep.
franchise, but it's also really expensive. And we live, in Browning next to
Mhm.
East Glacier. One of the things we're focusing on is tourism, as I know a lot of the tribes are. There's a new MIA program that's, organization that we had started for just tourism across the
Mhm.
state of Montana that we'd all like to benefit from.
Mhm.
People like to see name brands, right? The visitors, they want to go to an A&W or a Dairy Queen or
That's why
and so,
McDonald's was
yeah,
formed,
so
yep.
someplace to, eat, but also we have other needs, we have like appliances and furniture stores and those type of things that are perhaps franchises in Montana as well.
Mhm.
So I don't know of any that has used SBA, and I just wanted to know if that was
It is, so, so for one, the counseling piece, the counselors can help provide them and get them specific training to get into that franchise level and what that takes. And then in addition to that, it's not all franchises either. Well, I can't even say at the moment because I've been on the road for a couple of days and they just changed our 7A program. As far as like some eligibility requirements and things like that, but my understanding is that they broadened the access to franchises, whereas before there were some limitations within the program where only certain franchises were signed up and eligible to receive that 7A funding. But my understanding is they've broadened it. I said, I'm a couple of days behind, which in the government can be like a year. Because all the changes that can happen in a couple of days, it's nothing, and then 1,000 things. But my understanding is that the program was going to broaden access to the 7A program for franchises.
Are there any questions online? from anyone?
I'm not seeing any questions online.
Okay, I have one more question.
All right, go for it.
My feet are
So,
tired.
the counseling, that there's a great, broad range of help out there.
Mhm.
SBDC, SCORE, Women's Business, we're all familiar with them. Do they actually come out to the reservations if requested?
Yes.
To,
So every SPD, so I don't work with all of them in this, so my core position is I'm supposed to really cover from Haver to like Big Timber, because I'm the only one in Billings out of the SBA. And so just my access to be able to maneuver around that area is a little easier than the crew that's out of Helena. But in addition to that, like I said, we had the lady quit with the 8A program and moved on. And now I'm doing that. So we've got 8A firms with Salish and Kootenai. So now I go over there. I go over to Browning. We visit with them about that with our community navigator side of things. And then in addition to that, since I guess I'm the only enrolled member as well, they've got me as the Native American Affairs, so that's kind of makes me a statewide. So my core position really is right here, but the SBDCs that I know of, every single one of them is more than willing to make the trek right to any business owner at their business or their home if they can't make it like into the center. Like they will travel out and go meet with them one-on-one and do that counseling.
Are they divided into regions, like
Yes.
say Blackfeet is the Great Falls region?
Yep.
Can we go outside of that if we feel we don't? we're not
You
getting
can,
service?
yes, you can, and you could, and, if you're not settled, so one instance I had someone that called from a community that had an SBDC right there in the town. And they were like, is it okay if I go visit the one in Bozeman? Because we live in a small community and people talk, and I don't know, I know it's supposed to be confidential, which it is, all the SBDC counseling is confidential. But that perception that if they end up saying anything, then their information's out there within the community and they want to keep it quiet at the time. And I was like, yep, we've got them over here. Here's the contact information for Shannon at the time. And they visited with her, ended up starting their business in the community that they lived in, but they got the service out of Bozeman. And they were over in eastern Montana. So
And do you know if Native American Bank is one of your participating banks?
I believe that it is. It's my understanding it is. Like I said, anyone that's signed up as a traditional bank is in there. We were shy one, but that was over in Circle, and that's since changed.
So in visiting with the executive director of NACDC in Browning,
Mhm.
she had mentioned that the business loans are really low. It's a low ratio. And they don't know why it's,
Mhm.
hard to get people to get into business. We have some ideas why, it could be just a lack of capital,
Mhm.
lack of collateral, or just lack of business sense. And in
Mhm.
terms of not having the accounting or the software.
Mhm.
Do you folks help do an analysis on that and try to pinpoint what we could do to increase entrepreneurship?
So SBA
Or best
specifically
practices?
does not. Some of the organizations where the SBDCs are do. I know that the organization MEDA, or Montana Economic Developers Association, used to do community assessments that would specifically address something like that. And I was just in Browning yesterday. It was beautiful, and then the smoke came in. Visiting over there with them about some capital access opportunities to kind of broaden that. And visited with DJ there at NACDC. It's got some background in lending. And we talked about a whole bunch of programs, and he was writing down notes and seeing how they could expand that loan portfolio that they have and opportunities that are out there.
So as you know, some of the tribes are eligible for the treasury funds that are coming
Mhm.
down there, like the formula grants. And, so that's gonna bring access to capital in on the reservations. But the next step is, how do we get these entrepreneurs to be, business savvy, to
Yep.
get the right.
Yeah,
things. So,
that's
That's
that
a
technical
Genesis
assistance
Center,
piece.
yeah.
That's that small business development center that's
Okay.
there. And so for Browning too, Rich Gannon lives in Cut Bank. And he goes over there, he's the small business development center. Out of Great Falls. He actually lives in Cut Bank.
okay,
And he was just talking about how they were supposed to do a training over there next week, and it was gonna get canceled for something outside of his control and DJ's control. They were all kind of disappointed that it was
Oh.
getting
Rich
canceled.
Gannon,
Rich Gannon, yep,
SBDC. That's right,
Correct.
okay.
Yep.
Great Falls,
he's in Cut Bank, but yeah, he's out of the Great Falls Small Business Development Center.
okay, great, thank you, that's all my questions.
I think I threw your schedule off, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You did a great job, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. And if anyone needs anything, just feel free to reach out. I'm more than willing to visit and talk about any program that's out there. Government's paying me to assist you, so use it. Doesn't cost you anything. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Chairman Gray,
Yeah,
I just want to announce that even though this has gone off, they can still see and hear us, so we're still good to go. It's still recording.
okay. Up next, we have our reports, tribal tourism. So.
see if she could track down a Jacqueline, do you want to ask her? So she was with me, I know. Yeah, she's been with us for a while.
Susan?
My husband is the executive director of them. They have stuff. So if you just let me know what you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Cool, great. Thank you, Susan. Thanks, Luke. Hi, everyone. I'm Rochelle Brown, BROWN, Tribal Tourism. I'm the one that tries to do the fun, creative stuff in our department. And I wanted to thank everyone who was able to attend the Governor's Conference on Tourism. It was wonderful to have you there. I feel that we had a very strong presence. I think that the attendees really recognize that there's a lot of diversity and value and assets within our cultural offerings in Indian country. So I wanted to thank you all for coming. For some of those that weren't comfortable going to the after party, which was a more cocktail hour kind of event, they did give out these kind of promotional bags and the hats, and in the bags is this kind of canteen that's got this fun kind of whimsical thing. So in tourism, they're always trying to promote the state and do new campaigns. And so this one is on the verge of launching, which is That's How You Montana. And the purpose behind this new campaign is to get some longevity so that we're not changing the theme of the state every year. And so to try to go with something that turns being in Montana as a verb. That's how you Montana. So when you're doing funny things, you know, you've got someone out there that's mowing in their flip flops. That's how you Montana. It's just kind of a, you know, in a fun kind of whimsical way that has some personality to it. And anyway, so we're waiting to see what the director has to say about the status of the campaign. I'm not sure if he'll be able to speak to that at some point in my presentation, but I wanted to give you that update. And then, of course, we have more hats and more of these bags in supply at the office. So if you'd like to have some shipped to you, if there's some family members that you would like to share them with, let me know and I can get those shipped out to you. So some other updates, you may recall at back at some of the previous STED meetings, we had the Department of Labor and the Media Training Center came and presented to you about an idea about a media training production assistant training program. For those who want to do this 2-day online or in-person course, they can become a certified production assistant. And then they can get hired to go directly to film and commercial shoots. So what we've been able to do is do a pilot partnership with the Media Training Center. We've invested from my budget $30,000 to fund 60 prepaid scholarships to cover up to 60 individuals, 7 to 8 per tribal nation, to pay for their $500 course so that they can become certified production assistants and immediately be able to get hired onto these jobs. There is a labor shortage of skilled production assistants in this industry in the state of Montana. So typically when they're coming in to film a commercial or to do a, you know, like the 1883 or Yellowstone, they often have to bring people in for the behind the scenes crew. They bring them from out of state because there isn't any trained people in state to do the work. So my hope is that if we're able to infiltrate this industry with native skills and talent and behind the scenes, they'll not only be able to get jobs here in the state in remote locations, but they also could travel out of state and have a guaranteed wage out of state. This is just a way to kind of start getting into the industry. There's, I think, about 30 different positions in the industry, and each one brings a different command of income and compensation. So if someone were to start at this entry level and they decided that they really liked it, but maybe they wanted to be a grip or they want to do audio engineering or they want to go to makeup or wardrobe, then they can get more training and they can build upon that and get a portfolio of skills. So anyway, this is going to launch, we're shooting for June 15th. So as soon as we have it contracted, then I'm gonna be getting back in touch with you, getting back with all of my contacts that are working in tourism at the tribal level and see what we can do to get this promoted so that we can get a bunch of individuals enrolled. And whenever there's additional funding, we might be able to expand so that we can go beyond the 60 starting scholarships. So I want to give you that update. At the last meeting, Commissioner Finley came up with the idea of a Indian country passport. And so in rapid order, I tried to come up with what might be an Indian country passport product for you to look at. This is just conceptual. So this is about a meaningful consultation with feedback from the commission. If this is kind of on the right track, then I'll expand it to, again, the people that are working in tourism within your tribal nations to get some additional feedback on how this program could operate. So the first thing I want to do is just pass out some of these for you so you have a little something that you can keep and look at, and then excuse me, sorry. And then I'll circulate some mock-up stamps that I had made so you can kind of play and stamp your passport. I think I should have enough for everyone in the room. I'll tell you, it was quite a scramble to get these produced in time for the meeting. Yes. Yeah. So a passport requires a person. It requires somebody to be there, to stamp it. Across 8 nations, all things come up. I'm very concerned about the logistical elements of actually having a system in place. If we're encouraging people to go out and visit and get stamped, and then there's no one there to stamp them. Or if something happens, like some of the stamps that I mocked up, and these were just, again, very rough ideas of what these stamps would look like. So get a few of them out to you and you get some ink pads going so you can kind of play with them. But these, so there's like, Indian relay race and a TV experience and Charlo, going to the bison range. And so thank you, Leanne, thank you. But if someone goes there and there's no one there to stamp them, or if something happens and they have to close down for the day, you can't really pivot with a paper product. But you can if you do it a digital product. So what I'm hoping that you as commissioners will consider being willing to support the creation of a digital app of this passport. So then we can adjust that live in real time if we need to make any edits to it. And by doing that, we'll be able to keep it current. So people would go to, let's say, CSKT, they go to Bison Range, they complete the tour, which is most likely a paid admission kind of experience. And then they would be able to get access to the QR code that they would be able to then get their digital stamp. If they were able to complete going to, let's say, 4 areas within each nation and get their entire digital book completed, this is just the idea. The first 10 individuals to do that could get some very valuable prize. And they would get a paper version with real ink stamps as a souvenir for the completion of doing it in the digital space. They would then get a physical representation of completing that experience. One idea was an inspiration that I received from working with the Blackfeet Manpower Tourism, that they were purchasing bison robes and bison, hides for their teepee experience. Those were retailing at around $800 a piece. I thought that for someone who were to visit every tribal nation and to get their digital passport completely stamped and authenticated, that for them to have a bison robe or hide as a reward with a physical passport that's stamped. And Director Osterman even thought of having one of our Made in Montana or Native American Made in Montana members to have a leather bound cover. Something very tangible and very neat as a representation of them spending thousands of dollars, hours, days, and miles to visit all of Montana's Indian country. And if you think about what you could highlight, so there could be an event, could be the Elders Powwow, could be North American Indian Days, could be going to a relay race, could be going to Crow Fair. So you could have an event, you could have an experience, which would be a tour of Celica Tours or Sun Tours. You could promote a business. It could be a Native American Made in Montana member, like a vendor who is doing a craft or specific work. And maybe they're on the powwow trail. So they're in the vendor area and someone who's got their digital passport. I gotta go. I know that if I go there, I'm gonna go to that vendor. And when I purchase those earrings, they're gonna give me my Native American Made in Montana digital stamp. And I'm that much closer to completing my stamp, my book, and that much closer to getting a really meaningful reward. So this is for your consideration. I would love it if you would take some time to think about it. This is all editable, okay? This is not, none of this is set. This is just to give you a visual representation of the concept that you all tasked our team to come up with. So now from this, you've got something that you can help us create something even better. Any comments on that?
That's awesome.
Okay. And I just was gonna show you, I tried to model it. This is my own personal passport. So we try to model it after something that's classy.
Yeah.
We didn't want it to be something that's a gimmick. And you can, and again, if something happens and you need a pivot in the digital space, we can change it. Maybe they were gonna go to this booth and this vendor, but that person's sick and they can't be there. We can quickly transition. Okay, you're gonna go to the tribal offices that day and someone will be there to do your stamp.
How soon
Nice.
do you need the edits back?
This is gonna take some time. I want you to take time with it and think about it. Think about it, communicate with those in that, especially those that are working in tourism within your tribes, that, the staff members, the business owners, the ones that you really want to
Well,
encourage.
okay, well, how soon do you see this rolling out?
Well, if we do an app, it's going to be at least a year because
Okay.
it's going to have to be, built. But we're going to need your ideas to build that app.
Okay.
Yeah. Also on the back page is the annual events.
Mhm.
Now, what I'm really requesting is a secondary thing for promoting your events that are happening. I'm really hoping that these events are complete. Is there an event missing? Is there something that you do not want outsiders to attend that should not be on this list? This is our way of preparing visitors so that they come and have an experience that's welcoming. So if there are things that people are like, really, the community wouldn't want a lot of people to come to this, or we're missing this one. This is an important event that's not on the list. Please let me know so that we can make sure this is up to date. And right now we have it just listed generally as the third weekend of this or the fourth week of that.
Mhm.
But if that's changed, let me know.
Mhm.
And when we have a digital product, then we can actually put real dates by
Yeah,
the year,
yeah.
rather than people trying to figure out what is the third
And then you
weekend.
could have-
It does get kind of confusing for folks. So anyway, any way that you can help me to make sure that these products represent what you want and they are communicating what you would like for visitation. I'm here to work with you, work for you to try and ensure that these are what you want.
It's great, yeah.
Yeah.
I like this. This
Yeah.
is really a great idea, and this is to see a tangible, little passport book is a very, very nice. Good job.
Thanks, great.
Yeah.
Thank you for, getting the inspiration going and giving us time to put this together. And this is, again, like I said, just a start.
One of the things you had mentioned, I like the idea about the buffalo robe. I went to visit the C.M. Russell Museum and they have a lot of Native American stuff in their little gift shop. Everything is Native American. But anyway, They had like a rabbit skin, and I was just thinking of tears of move, so getting them to
Yes.
work up to something. The last big prize could be the buffalo robe, or you could start with maybe that rabbit skin. So we all have something that's significant in our culture for animals.
Yes,
Maybe an antelope skin or whatever, but on there, they also had like a pictograph. It's just
yes.
a story on there on the other side. So I thought that was really nice. And I bought one as a gift for my nephew and he just loves it. It's a little rabbit skin with that pictograph in the back. And he just pets it. But
Yes.
these are things that, and you could just move up to the big.
That is
one.
such a great idea. Maybe,
Right.
maybe a reward as you complete the 4 stamps from each nation.
Have them come back. I mean, they'll want to come back and get that
Yes.
buffalo robe.
Yeah, and I feel that those stories, again, in terms of content and stories and promotion, authentic experiences, you can't get anything better than that. When someone's like, I'm looking back at what I did last summer and the best thing I did was go to Fort Peck, right? I went to the Red Bottom celebration and, it was an amazing experience and I bought these earrings and, those kinds of things that people, and then we're able to amplify those messages. And they're told from that first person experience, which I think is pretty powerful. Yes.
It really fits that's how Montana theme, you said it's supposed to be, kind of fun and whatnot, kind of fits right in there,
For sure.
it's like a.
And from the graphic design standpoint, each one of the stamps can be designed according to your iconography, what you value, what events you think. So this is an ongoing conversation. It's going to end up being 8 very unique, separate conversations with each tribe to determine what kind of, and please, move share those stamps and. And so again, I just did these as quick as I could. Some of them are like, what is that?
Like the maze, a lot of kids love that, it's the challenge. And they gotta make it up to the top and then they get to stamp their.
Exactly.
Something, yeah.
Exactly. And there is something just very fun, very fun and artistic about the experience.
Yeah.
So just a few other things before I finish up. And how am I doing on time? I've been about 10 minutes. Okay. Wanted to let you know, so we have an ongoing conversation. Oh yeah, go for it.
I'll just pass it down.
So just wanted to see if there was just a
It's
couple
got
more things.
horses.
So this cycle for my grant cycle, travel tourism grant cycle, we are just waiting for contracting. We have 2 awards. One award is for Fort Belknap. It's for the Mission Canyon Rest Area project. It's a vault toilet area, right? Kind of boring, but then they're going to be doing a shelter and a shade, picnic table, informational kiosk, so that those that are on this long stretch that have no outlet, that they can stop, they can stretch their legs, and they can learn some things about the natural history of that area. So that's a $40,000 award. And then the other award we have is $50,000 for Blackfeet Chewing Blackfeet Campground for the comfort station upgrade. And at that campsite, it has a restroom kind of facility that's pretty, dilapidated. It's really run down. There's been a lot of maintenance issues. So this is intended to be 10 individual family unit bathrooms that are the shower, toilet, sink, all enclosed into a family style unit. And so then there'll be 5 on one side, 5 on the other. So it's a total of 10. That's the concept. We'll see once they actually start building it, how things work out, but it's intended to have plumbing more accessible, easier to keep, maintain, easier to clean, and a more enjoyable experiences for guests that are coming to that area. And then we did not have any additional grants that we were able to fund with the remaining money. That's how we channeled that money into the production assistance scholarship program. So we took the remainder of our budget and we invested it into this program. And then we also reserved about $1,000 for the passport, to create the passport, just to get the concept going.
So use of funds. I do have a question about the production.
Yes.
Will there be like a list of places people can find the jobs? Because that's where the problem is you can get trained, but you don't know where the jobs are.
Yes.
Yeah.
It has job placement and tracking. So anyone who gets the certification, they're immediately in their database.
Okay.
So when jobs are coming in, they can tell those employers that we have these many individuals in this region, proximate commute to this job site that are available. And if those aren't available, then they just can go right into the whole list of individuals that are certified. So there may be others that are willing to travel further. So yes, it's going to have a job placement services, tracking of positions, actively promoting those who complete the
Okay.
certification.
Good.
Yeah.
Good job.
Any other questions or any other comments?
Good, yeah.
Thank you, and keep me going with your ideas. I'm
Thank you.
excited about the way that this could really become a very dynamic program.
Mhm.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We'll now take a 15-minute break. Yeah. Okay.
At the agency and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah, man, I sure like this.
Yeah, he was a lot of fun.
go ahead and continue on. Looks like we have reports continued. And Marilyn, you're up with, looks like a whole bunch of reports.
Yeah, I got a couple things. Sorry, you have to listen to my voice for a few minutes, but, just a little housekeeping. I want to make sure everybody's signed in, who's from the public, just making sure that you got signed in. I wanted to talk a little bit about the minutes for just a second. What I've done, if you've noticed, is put those times in for when you can listen to the recording, and the recordings now are really good. You can fully hear what people are saying in general most of the time. And so those are your true minutes. But normally what we're allowed to do is just do the topic, the time, and what it's about, but I've kind of added a little more in there to give it a little bit more, but the true minutes are on the recording. So if you want to hear it all, you can go to that time. So I just want to make sure you know that.
Okay.
Let me skip around. I went to the Res 2023 conference. Amazing. They had just they had so many good sessions, it was hard to pick which ones I wanted to go to. And there was over 4,000 people who attended that conference. I mean, it was just dynamic. One of the things that I took out of there that I wanted to pass on was that the White House, they've composed a downloadable Inflation Reduction Act tribal guidebook. So you can go there and it provides an overview of the clean energy, climate mitigation and resilience, agriculture and conservation related funding programs. So I really want to make sure you guys know that's available to you. Pass that on for sure. A little reminder, if you remember Herb Kulo, who talked at our last meeting from SSBCI, we just wanted to remind you guys that he's available if you have any questions for him. So just a reminder there. On that same note, Friday, July 28th, 2023, or on a similar note, the TA grant program applications for tribal governments are due, which is again, just a little reminder for you guys. At the next meeting, I'm going to be setting up the Zoom differently, so you can't just click on the link and get in. You're going to have to click on the link, register, and then come in, is how the department is wanting me to set it up. So just giving you that, if you attend remotely, just know that you might need an extra few minutes to type in a few things there. Our next meeting will be August 16th, Blackfeet. Looks like it's going to be in Browning there. I've just got to firm up a few things and I'll let everybody know about that.
When is it?
August 16th. And then,
Oh, it's during Crow Fair?
oh,
I didn't know that, okay.
If we need to, if the commission would like to change that time, let me know. So I can get a good date for us there. Is there,
Yeah, that's up to folks. Because it was open, I think it was just kind of a placeholder
yeah,
at August 16th, so if you want to change it, so.
So Crow Fair is August, Chairman,
Yeah,
Crow Fair is August 17th through the 21st. So it takes me about a week to recuperate after that. So-
yeah, waiting to get up.
So,
August.
I don't know.
It's a lot of work. Before the 16th, yeah, folks wanna-
Or
so
even after,
Hartmute
yeah.
is the second week of August, not that it's, that's not a problem. And then the first week, so the first,
Rocky Boy, no.
Rocky Boy, okay,
Mhm.
And then after Newtown. Newtown. Blue Shell.
is the third week of August?
Yeah.
So does the second sound good, or?
second,
I'm in whenever you guys want.
You're, whenever it's your.
Second week of August.
Oh,
Hazel Valley.
Oh, second.
Hazel Valley, second week of
oh, wow.
August.
Those about that
And
night.
a little shell, you guys said something, second week of August.
Maybe the 12th of the night. You're the second, I think.
Okay, good.
On second August.
Second, of
Second.
Yeah, August second.
Yeah. August 2nd.
Yeah. Darryl, you good with that?
Okay, let me take a quick look, I'm just, I'm slow.
August second.
Trying to figure out this phone.
Second,
Okay, second week of August. Yeah, I believe that is fine with us. We don't have anything going on.
I think they're saying August second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said second week. of August.
Yeah.
Yeah, August 2nd. No, that works for us.
we need a vote on
You really just
that?
need.
We
me.
had none.
Go ahead and,
Just had none.
Oh, yeah, the
So,
water. yeah.
lip affirmation. There we go.
Okay.
So do we need to vote on that?
Sure. All in favor for, you have a motion, I guess,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, motion. Second, Sean. Any other discussion on August 2nd? Not all in favor,
Is-
say aye.
Is it just for one day?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
One day, the second, okay, on a Wednesday, all right.
All in favor?
Bye.
I,
Those opposed, and sign, none. Pass.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick change real quick, see how long my computer will last, because I want to show you guys that, what Director Osterman was talking about, the boards page, so you can look up the Roberts rules. And, come on. So, if you go to boards.mt.gov, it's not showing up there. Okay, so boards.mt.gov, you'll come to this screen. And you will see that they have different information here, but where you go to is member resources. And all of you should now, not even will, but should now have access to this to sign up and create your own account. And I did send you guys some emails, but I know I hit you guys with emails a lot, so. Because I miss you guys so much, so.
And thank you for that. You gave us a lot of information on grants and different things, so.
Cool. So on here, you would go to set up your account. Let's see, where is it at? Member resources. Robert's Rules of Training. So that's the portal. Now, I've already set up my account, so I can get in there, but what's really cool is you can do just short little clips, like a few minutes, like maximum 10 minutes, some 5 minutes of learning that. And it's pretty helpful. I've gone through a few of them. A few of the different trainings, you'll have to set up your account, like I said, but has different courses. So here's the courses that are offered. And I wasn't sharing my screen. So this is what it looks like when you get in there. You'll see that there's different courses to go into. And it is really helpful in terms of learning how to run the meetings and can you do an amendment to an amendment to an amendment they talk about. So it gets into it, but it's good. It's short little clips and you can learn a lot. So I wanted to make sure I shared that with you. And then we're going to talk about the tribal business development grants, which can I just say that I really, really appreciate all of you and your input and really helping us with this pilot project because it is new and we're learning and so I really appreciate everything.
Long conversation. I don't have to stand on. Good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. So, that's before the legislative update.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, again, Leanne Taylor, over at the Department of Commerce Business and Division Administrator. And, first of all, I just want to say to both of these ladies and Luke and everything, just, you guys have just been doing such a great job and I really appreciate all your work. Rochelle, the tribal tourism, this is really exciting with the passport idea and the training and everything, so. So to go back maybe to the earlier conversation that Vice Chair Sangre had brought up, you know, when we had first kind of started talking about the tribal business development grants and putting that money, moving it from the planning grants over to that. If you'll remember, part of the reason was, with the planning grants, we were constantly doing extensions, they weren't getting completed, and the planning grants themselves weren't actually being utilized and put into projects. They weren't having that second step. So we started looking what would be a more effective use of the money that could really help each of the tribes and actually maybe implementing some of those projects. And, you know, part of the idea came, I don't know if all of you were on the board, but Sue Taylor had done kind of a comprehensive assessment of all the tribes and kind of like the wish list that each tribe had for economic development, whether it was a tribal council or a grocery store or a new tribal council building, you know, just different projects that each of the tribes had wanted to do. And so just trying to figure out a way how to get some of those projects started. So that was kind of the inception of this. And then I think there was also, you know, your concern about the competitive nature of it. But that's kind of what we're doing with the tribal tourism, which has worked out really well. And so that allows, you know, somebody that has, you know, a shovel-ready project to, you know, get ready, and then another tribe to develop maybe some plans or to go back and see exactly what would have the most economic impact to the tribe. So that's again kind of where that went. And then I think the final concern was maybe about it taking 8 years for you know, a tribe conceivably to go. So we had 4 applications this round, which thank you for all of you who put projects in. It was a very short time notice, I know, to get everything together. So we are going to actually award 2 of those 4. And then we'll probably open up another round, because remember we had such a short timeline this time, which was, so I'll open up another round, maybe with some tweaks. There's been a few suggestions made, you know, say in August. So,
So will the people that were selected this time be able to apply for that one as well or no?
I mean, this goes back to the discussion that we had last time. And again, to Vice Chair Sangre's concern,
if they came back for another one and somebody else had, well, let's come up with an example. Let's say that Blackfeet came in with another one. And let's say that Crow didn't put in for one either time. And if it was the only one, yes, I think that would only be fair, because if there's not projects that people have to submit, or if they're just not quite ready or shovel ready.
And
But
I
it's
think they
certainly
have
up
to
for
be
discussion.
quality
Oh, yes.
applicant, you know, I mean, it's gotta be all good too, and then. yeah, Okay.
And again, we can still make some tweaks. This is, you know, kind of a pilot project. We want to make sure that it works. You know, it's again, kind of modeled after some of the other programs that we have out there in the state, which I'll also talk about once we start talking about the legislative update. So before I go on with the recommendations or the two that we've chosen for this round, does anybody have any other discussions? Or anything else that you want to discuss?
Well, in the past, at one time, tribes were, well, we were getting about 70,000 a year. And you didn't have to take that 70,000 to build it up. I think, the Salish Kootenai had a pretty good little pot there before they used it all. That was a good idea, that, at least you were assured you were gonna get some dollars, every 2 years.
For planning?
Not necessarily planning, but for projects.
Yeah, you could hire people, or you could buy, you know, something, a product, or you could hire services. For example, we used ours for our Chewing Black Hills campground. We hired a manager and some security and landscape people. Another year, we purchased like some toilets or something, you know, it was up to us to decide where we needed it. And so what you're saying is that if they didn't use it their first year, they got the 70,000, you could carry over. And then the next year they'd have 140,000. So that they're probably carrying that money over to get to be a good seed money for something that possible more. That they were going to probably match with their own funds anyway.
And was this from the Department of Commerce?
Yes, it was in the ICE program.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not sure when the planning grants, and I don't know if anybody has ideas. My longevity is not go back that far, but so I'm not quite sure what the impetus for that was, or
What happened was, we put more money into, we kind of split it in half and put more money into, entrepreneurship. To,
Yeah,
Mhm.
and that's what left the tribes kind of, short, I would say, shortchanged. But, we're also helping, or trying to help our economies by reviving more small businesses on the reservation.
that was the plan, but they're so short-lived, you know, some of them just don't have, you know, the means to keep them going. They're not an ongoing business. Going
Yeah, with
concern.
that access to capital to keep that after, yeah.
And then, I'm sorry, Chairman, may I make a comment? I know we might be getting off track, but like, so, for like development steps, you know, I mean, it'd be great to just have this, you know, totally shovel-ready funded project, but to get there is tough when you're 60-70% grant funded organization. So you're looking at bumming money from, you know, other organizations and entities. Unfortunately, we don't go to the bank and get a loan necessarily, but we have resources, you know, that we always tap into. But like for Fort Belknap, like, so you need like your land survey, which used to be $2,000, but now it's, you know, 2,000 to 5,000, sometimes 6,000, depending on the area that you're surveying. You need a land plat and land survey from a certified engineer. You know, even just once you get your job, your land description, which is easy, you know, and then you go to the council and you get that all approved by resolution. And then you also have to do environmentals, and you have to work with your regional office. And that's a process because now you have to have a business plan, a business license, on the reservation. which is an added cost, so you don't always get a CADX even on a work to death site. So you're looking at $18,000 to $30,000 for a full-blown NEPA clearance EA on a site that you just want to say, put this business on, whatever, right? So I'm just saying that, like, it's great to have additional monies, you know, you say that it's, I mean, what I'm hearing is it's kind of like a spin the wheels, kind of a waste to do planning grants for feasibility studies and these kind of things. But they really do bridge to the bigger picture of success for tribes. We don't move at the fast pace that, you know, maybe off reservation does, but there's a lot of hoops to jump through. I've been knotted up between a business plan, compliance with BIA, and just simply trying to get a CADX. I can't get a CADX without a business plan, business license. I can't get a business license without a CADX. So there's a lot of work that we got to do. And I'm just saying that this is great. I like this, any funding is great for us. But to also not rule out, because, you know, we could use Big Sky State Fund sometimes, you know, but then you've got match and stuff like that. So then you're using non-federal dollars to try to throw in, you know, it's, you know, versatile and trying to be creative, but yet allowable costs and things. So I would always, you know, say that if there is smaller pots for development and planning, it's still a great investment to the bigger picture. It won't give you that immediate finished product, but it's a step to where the tribal departments, you know, need that, you know, tribes need that to get to the bigger picture.
They could still use, apply for part of it being planning and whatnot too, right?
Well, I think if we consider, you know, the shovel-ready project, I mean, we're gonna assume that maybe the planning part has already been done and, you know, and there's community, or community MT, we have planning grants there. We'll get to this with the legislative update, so the Big Sky Trust Fund, there's still going to be a planning part there. And I mean, I think the one thing that I could say, I mean, some of this did come from some feedback from tribal members to make this shift. And again, the discussion about the access to capital to do projects. So.
No, I like that too.
Yeah.
I'm not against it. Don't.
Yeah.
We need it all.
Just don't
That's what you're saying. We need it
misread.
all.
I'm not against it for all of it. I just wanted to make a
Yeah.
comment that,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it kind of seems like, you know, we're kind of
And there were,
planning
it
has
wasn't a
failed in
waste of
some
money.
way, but
I mean, it wasn't a
it's
waste of
constant
money
for me.
to
I mean,
have the
we're
plan.
constantly
Yeah.
planning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they weren't a waste, wasn't a waste.
Yeah.
We have plans.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've
Shelf.
benefited and we've
Yeah.
advanced from some of the stuff that we've been able
No, I
to.
totally agree. And in the planning department, we deal with that too. The tribe puts up all the money for all those pre-planning documents and they're expensive. You know, you have to have preliminary architectural reports, preliminary engineering reports, the EA reports, you know, you gotta hire somebody to do that.
And estimates, just
And,
even
yeah,
estimates. No
and
one's
what-
gonna come and
what
do
it
that for free.
Right, and so the money though, the way the money was, I think what my concern was that shifting from the 70,000 to the 30,000, it really pigeonholed us into using that 30,000 off the reservation because you just don't have the
Exactly.
people that has that skill level, you know, that's the architects and engineers that does the planning documents that you need to build to full development. And so and then on top of that, we'd still have to pay part of the, you know, the bill for that, but I'd have to go in and tell my counselor people, okay, but this money is going, you know, I have to choose somebody in Great Falls or Missoula. So the
Yeah.
ICE, the Indian Country Economic Development money wasn't really helping, you know, the need of the
Yeah, yeah,
reservation or giving anybody a job on the reservation. So that was the flip side of it. But, you know, it's always gonna be that way. And it's just that it really, we took a hit as a tribe to divide that money to entrepreneurship, which is great and we do support it. However, there are a lot of other opportunities like SBA, you know, they've got the pockets for it, NADCs, they got the pockets for it. The tribes really don't. And so that 70,000 really helped in our situation, you know, and we used it every year. But, you know, it is what it is. So.
Yeah, and give it a shot, you know, I mean, it's okay to diversify, see how this works.
See, so we're head nodding.
Okay. Is your head nodding yet?
Okay with it. just the wait and see. part. If we all eight tribes have a shovel ready project, throw it all in there and then. Tony, you're gonna have to wait 8 years down the road. Might be feasible 8 years down the road.
Well, there's, and we do have some other programs, and I think what our hope is that some of the other projects that maybe don't get an award, that we can look at them, help kind of hone them, and then maybe go to SBA and, get some other pots of money and figure out another way to do it. I mean, I think that there's a real collaboration type opportunity here for those that maybe don't, and a real learning experience that can happen with, just, I think, I can't remember if it was you, Bryce, but we wouldn't know how to start a grocery store, and that's, we really want to be able to start helping with that, in partnership with some of, the others. So are you guys ready to hear who is gonna get the first two? Okay, like I said, we did have 4. So the first 2, and I'll let Marilyn actually go into any details, are the Little Shop. I don't remember what the sums were, 100,000? Yes, 100,000 for, expanding for the net company, and then some rental space. And then the second one is for Blackfeet, to be able to complete the roof and whatever else can be done for the kind of shopping mall area. So congrats. The other 2 that didn't, still need a couple little tweaks on those, which we'll be reaching out to help with. And then we will be opening the other round. And again, if you have some suggestions, I know the match was one concern, but if there's any other suggestions about, tweak, we'd like to hear.
Yes.
That.
please do that.
And did you want to go into any more detail on?
I just really would, your feedback is really important, because we do want to make it so that you understand and that we're understanding how we're putting it out too, so that we're all on the same page. So absolutely, like, call me and say, what is this, Marilyn? I do appreciate feedback, and I've gotten some feedback and things that come up that, I didn't think about when I was looking at it or reading it. So that's it. And I see Scott, Director Osterman wants
Oh,
to speak. So.
yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, hi, this is Scott Osterman. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what we're trying to do overall in the department is to look at things that are, and this is, so it's not just here, it's everywhere. We're looking at, essentially the return and the effectiveness and the functional benefit of virtually all of the programs that we have. And if we, and we are changing a significant number of them, and certainly with legislation, which Leanne will go through, we have some opportunities to do that. My goal really is to create not just, with these programs for Indian country, but to look at the programs that we have in aggregate that can be used by everyone, including Indian country, to open up our effectiveness and our capabilities to be able to support and grow businesses on and off the reservations that are natively owned businesses. And I think this is, understand that we're not just changing for change's sake. We've made the decisions in a way that we look at, how many of these grants have, converted to action. What are the actual dollars that are produced as a result, et cetera. And so we're excited about the changes and where we think we're going, but we're also very aware that, there are things that need to be taken into consideration in order to, continue to build the effectiveness of these programs. And if certainly something isn't working, we need to know that. What we see obviously is some things that have not been as effective. And, if we're going to create true economic development and benefit, the economic development and benefit isn't from the money that came, through the grant. The economic benefit and development is through the results of that hopefully can be used to build individual and tribal businesses that benefit their communities far greater than the investment that we've made. And so, ultimately, we want to look at that. We want to look at how we impact tourism and what Rochelle was talking about earlier, and how we build truly an economic engine that is both consistent and predictable, but also innovative to grow the overall economic welfare of our tribes and how we participate in that, because we certainly have seen some great opportunities that have been invested in by the tribes, and continue to see what works and what doesn't work. And I think sharing that, getting together in this forum, and that opportunity is to be able to say, hey, here's what's working and here's what's not working, gives us the feedback to know that, okay, and the next time we sit down and the legislature comes together again, we have even more evidence-based information to be able to say we need to invest further in these types of programs and expand that investment. So that's my long-term view, is that we have an opportunity to grow the tribal economies as well as the Montana economy collectively.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment. I just wanted to say congratulations, Little Shell and Blackfeet. Good job. Excellent. How much was the award for Blackfeet? You said $100,000 for the Little Shell expanding net company and rental space, but how much was the roof for the shopping center?
140,000.
140. And so the amounts vary then. Okay.
And we're good with that.
No, yeah. And the reason you did too is because you hit the max for the pot, right?
Exactly.
Thank you, Chairman.
We actually wanted the full amount, but no.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
great, yeah.
That's
Great.
Did every tribe have the opportunity to use the grant? And did they all play a role?
She had
Mr.
more-
Chair.
Yeah.
Yes, and actually Fort Peck put in one. We just felt like it wasn't quite there, and so we'll reach out and talk about how that can maybe be tweaked or and I can't remember the specifics of that. Was that the drought?
You confused.
The roustabout. The roustabout. So we'll reach out to the tribes on that one.
Yeah.
Are we
allowed to share?
I think so. That's not
General
public.
overview of
Yeah.
the proposal. The oil enterprise spends, I guess, approximately $500,000 a year in roustabout services that are contracted, road grading, two staff, road grading equipment for them to do, road maintenance, access maintenance, things of that nature. The request was for the full amount for 2 vehicles. And then it would employ 2 individuals. But there still were some outstanding questions we weren't able to really flesh out on that proposal. Some of the goals is for job creation. So how many jobs can this money maybe be converted to help increase and expand? The profitability for the business enterprise. Those were some of the goals and something that's ready to go. And so when that was compared with the committee,
The 6
to the
jobs
other
that Blackfeet
proposals.
would put to-
that one didn't quite meet all of the goals when it was competing against the other proposals.
It's kind of an existing and maybe seasonal, roads would hopefully be something that the tribe already you know, maintained, so, yeah, we just had some more questions.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I don't hear about them. And I've got a planning.
Oh.
Also, you know. I don't know, they're going after it from the state. I don't know if they're putting in for them or. We know why they're not here today, they should be here. Next week and last, or planning department, come on here. They don't know what's going on because I don't think they know. They
We
might
do
know.
talk to Rodney on a regular basis.
Oh,
so-
okay, well, well,
Yep, okay.
maybe we need to get planning department, I don't know.
Oh, okay. And I don't have a chairman to ask a question, so. Oh, vice chair. I could call it. It was Fort Belknap the other one?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't take offense to it because I didn't write it. But I don't take offense, but I am open to peer review results and criticism because I'd like to make another go at it. It's not the only project, but I do know the grant writer. He's a good fella. And you know, there's probably definitely some additional questions that he might not have gotten to. I just brought him back on. He'd been away from us for like a year. I just brought him back on like a month ago. So he just jumped right into it. So he
Great.
probably didn't have much prep time, dusted off the sawmill project and then had made a request. So we'd like to make another go of it. We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
So, like I said, we don't have the exact date yet, but I imagine we'll pick one soon. To give everyone a little bit more time, for the next round of funding. We wanted to make it early. This was kind of at the end of our fiscal year though, which is why the rush. And if anyone has any suggestions, if we should be sending some of these out to others.
Did you say all tribes applied or did not?
Four.
Four
Mhm.
tribes applied, okay, so about half of us. I know you sent out the emails, you know, I get them, I'm the planning department for the Blackfeet tribe and so, I thank you for that, I know it's out there. But I don't know if you're also sending them to the chair or anybody else.
I'm not sending, Vice Chairman, sorry, I'm not
Sorry.
sending them to, tribes, tribal. But tribal councils, I've sent out letters to them saying, you know, are there certain people you'd like to hear from, or certain people you want me to contact for these grants, you know, kind of reaching out to figure out who, because I'm new and I'm trying to figure out who to contact. And I really haven't gotten feedback from them. But I definitely could, I mean, I'm open to anybody who says, hey, I would love to hear, get on your email list and learn about the grant and opportunity. That is totally fine, so.
One of the things that might be effective, not everybody reads the paper, as we know, Mr. Chair, sorry. But when the Indian Equity Grant comes out in the papers, that's in our local newspaper, and that's helpful. And people know about that. That might be another avenue, you know, just publicize it in each tribal paper or something. I don't know if that'll help you, but
Well,
other than just, you know, getting an an email, but.
the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you send them to me, I always try to send them, you know, to Rodney. You know, and it's tough because it's just like, well, I know about it. You know, and that's what he keeps telling us, you know, we know about it, but. You know, there's more, I know, things that are ready to go other than this roustabout company that. You know, that we know that's only gonna hire 2 people. We want something that's gonna have things that are ready to go that can hire other people too. I don't know why it was just the one for me. It's tough, I guess, because going back to the discussion, I didn't say nothing earlier, which I should have, but you know, the last discussion that we had in Helena was that we didn't want to put tribe against tribe. You know, it was the discussion that we had. And we learned through email from a decision that was not made by the whole board, but a decision that was made by just a few people. You know, my thing on that is if we're gonna have a board and if we're gonna make a vote like we did on the next meeting, we need to be part of that discussion too. Don't leave us out in bed. I mean, I know we're just representatives but even Vice Chairman Bangry wasn't even in that discussion. It was just between a few people, you know, and not one more is more important in this place because we represent our tribe. We represent who they put us on this commission here. So don't leave us out in the dark and then let us find out by email that, oh, hey, by the way, we just threw it all together just in one. And not even say, hey, what do you guys think about it? How do you guys feel? You know, but again, thank you. It's a great opportunity. You know, congratulations to them that, you know, they got good projects and stuff. And but again, it's just better communication from the state to us here. Because I know that I felt like it was a slap in the face to me, not being able to have anything, you know. Communication is key, especially, you know, Fort Valnut, Crow, Rocky Boy, Blackfeet, you know, everybody, you know. If we tell our other people, I know they're frustrated too, like our chairman and vice chairman and everybody else. To hear that what happened, you know, people that have been on the council for a while, that's the first thing you said, why put tribe against tribe? We're already fighting enough with the state, with the federal government, with everybody else. Now you're putting us against each other. And that was the big discussion. I think Mr. Backbone said that day. I believe he brought up putting tribe against tribe. So again, you know, if there's other decisions like that, please just let us have a say, a yes or no. It is my thing. So thank you so much for saying it.
Vice Chair, it looks like Scott, Director Osterman has his hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I just want to make sure that we understand that statutorily, there are certain things that the STED Commission has purview over, and there are certain things that they do not. And I think maybe Leanne, one of the things that we can maybe create some clarity for the next meeting is statutorily what is the responsibility of the commission? Because there are certain conditions and situations where the commission has a voice, but it doesn't have a vote. And there are others where it has both a statutory decision-making capability. So let's make sure that those are clear as we go forward. And I think that'll help in some of these types of discussions as well, where, you know, there's an opportunity for us to have discussion and get that out on the table, but where the commission has authority and where they don't in terms of implementing some of these programs. So it just that way it's clear for everybody and we know how to go forward. So, you know, I appreciate those comments and I think they're important, you know, for all of us as we go ahead and go forward here.
You know, Commissioner Osterman, you know, thank you for your comment. But if we have no say in what we're doing, why bring it up in a meeting? Why bring it up into us in a meeting and say, hey, this is what's going on, and why ask for our feedback? And now for us, and it ain't trying to go nowhere or anything like that, but I'm just responding to what you said, because, you know, why have it in the minutes? Why have it anywhere when you say we have certain, we don't have certain, we got to know what our authority is and stuff like that. But if there's no authority when it comes to, if we're talking about this money getting, you know, all in one, why even bring it up at the meeting and ask for our feedback? It is my biggest thing. So again, I'm, you know, no disrespect or anything, but as a travel leader, when I hear that, it's just like, okay, tell me why bring it up in a meeting and make it important for us to hear. And then all of a sudden, when I bring up this question, all of a sudden say, well, now you need to know pretty much where you stand and what you can say and what you can't say. For me as a travel leader, again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I never go to a meeting to be disrespectful, but to hear that pretty much, you know, stay away from this and stay away from that. Don't speak on this and don't speak on that. But you bring it to the meeting have consultation with us on. And now you're telling us that we can't. Again, you know. Where are we going with that comment? Now, again, that's just. As a tribal leader, it's tough to hear pretty much just stay in your lane and we'll stay in our lane.
That's
And,
just what I was gonna say.
and don't step out of what we have for you, or don't step out of this or step out of that. I'll take a break.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point of my comment. My comment was primarily to indicate, just so that we all know going forward, what those parameters are, and we don't have to have a discussion like this that basically questions whether someone can or can't. I think it is extremely important that we get feedback, and we use this forum for comments coming from the tribes for us to be able to build these programs and to make them work in the most productive way possible. So I look at this two-way discussion, and even if there's difference of opinion, as being constructive. And so I think, you bring up a really valid point, and that point is what exactly why I was asking us to make sure we understand statutorily, where we should go and how we should go. Because if you're expecting the commission to be able to make certain decisions, some of you have been on it for a while, some of you haven't. I think it's just good point of clarity for all of us to know how do we, what is within statutory requirement and capability and for us to be able to participate with this, to get the best out of the meeting, and yet there's these other areas, if we're trying to shape programs and it's not within STED's hands, but it is still within maybe the department's decision. We want either, whether it be dissension or whether it be agreement or whatever, to be known, so we can make our collective and best decision when it's outside of the purview of STED to be able to do that. So I think that clarity is very much needed. And I do agree with you that we don't want to take a dictatorial stance whatsoever, because that's not the view that we have on one side. On the other side, we also are responsible for the dollars that we have, and we want to look at making sure that we optimize and maximize those for all of Montana, whether we're investing in tribal businesses or something totally different. So I appreciate those comments, and I don't take them offensively at all. I think it's a great opportunity for us to go forward with clarity and also go forward with a certain amount of knowingness and unanimity when we can, and certainly understanding the differences where perhaps certain types of programs may not always be. Just like us with the legislature, we're not always happy with exactly what happens with the legislature necessarily either. And because of a certain tweak here and there, and while it may be material or immaterial, we have a voice, but we don't have a vote. So I just want to make sure there's clarity going forward, because I believe that we're emerging and coming into a time where we can truly do meaningful economic development and work with the programs that we have for the tribes and benefit our citizens and our tribal members like never before, if we choose to do it properly and choose to do it with both accountability and transparency. So, thank you for those comments, and that I would, look forward to, how we go forward and work together on these things.
Yeah, Joe.
Oh, no, I think so. I just.
Did you have a comment, Sean?
Oh, just Chair, just for kind of clarification, we as tribes, there's an executive order issued by the President of the United States that every department within the US government, they have an Indian issue, they consult with the tribes. And this is kind of something that I've grown used to. And I know I used to fight the Bureau all the time for years before we went self-governance. And, the Bureau, they call it consultation. This is what we plan on doing. Okay, tribes, we want your input. So we would meet. It was a waste of time for us to meet with them because they had already made up their mind they were gonna do it anyway. Regardless how much consultation went on. And it's just, to me, it's kind of a courtesy. Although you have no executive order from the governor to consult with the tribes. But it would just be a courtesy to talk to the tribal governments.
Prior to
You
making a
know,
decision.
prior to the change being made. Sure, like Fort Peck and the Crow, Blackfeet. They have trust in us as representatives to this organization. And to find out later that, hey, there's been a change made. You know, in the essence of time. That there's really just the crux of my. I'll get off my soapbox now. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Cheryl from Blackfeet. I just want to thank Bryce for speaking his mind and, you know, his knowledge of being in several meetings with several organizations and governments. We do understand that this is state funds and this is a state commission. We choose to be on here. We don't have to be dictated or, you know, told to be on it. It's a choice for us to serve. But at the same time, being told to stay, and I agree with him, being told to stay in our lane and, you know, take what you hear or take what you get is not, doesn't sit well with me either. So, going back to what Sean said is, you know, making us pit, and that's exactly what happened today. Pitted, you know, 4 people against each other and 2 of us got it. I'd be happy to share with them, you know, if they need the technical assistance to revamp their grant application, let that happen. But to sit here and say, we won, it's not, doesn't make me feel good going home, you know, with that in mind. We're the ones that are struggling. We're the ones that, you know, put in for the grant and yeah, got it, but it's to the way this turned out isn't sitting well with any of us. I could just see it in the room with everybody. So, you know, again, it's our choice to be here. And I guess if we don't want to be here, we could bow out.
Mr. Chair. So, and just help me, because we also awarded 2 tribal tourism grants and some of those didn't get, and I'm really just trying to understand, is there a better way or not? It seems like that's okay.
The way that Mr. Sangre had talked about the 70,000 that was distributed to each tribe was the best way so far. We've been in this game for a while, for a decade or so. And everybody had the opportunity to receive funds. And if they wanted to carry it over the next year, they were able to carry it over to have a little better seed money for whatever project they wanted to get off the ground. That was the best way. Just an opinion.
Mr. Chair, maybe we can have this discussion if we need to, you know, at the next meeting in more time, set aside some extra time. Just so we kind of stay on track today and maybe revisit, you know, the discussion. If that's about other funding avenues. But I know it's about noon. And I don't know if, do you want me, should we hold off on the legislative portion or I can go quick?
Well, yeah, if you can, it's quick, because we do have, Casey and Heather, or Heather's on, so we probably should get through that and then. You don't mind.
So, and yeah, I saw that Heather was on, so I'll just go really quickly through some of the legislative, bills that we had at Commerce that will affect, the tribal governments or tribal businesses. The first one is House Bill 19, and that had to do with the decennial report. Representative Tyson Running Wolf carried that, and I think that, Heather and Casey will talk about that more, because we did add some language in there that would allow, the Federal Reserve to get some information, but that basically, we'll have the Department of Commerce and set up a dashboard, for lack of a better term, that will have the tribal, information in it that the decennial report used to have. So, and again, I think that information Heather will speak more to. The next bill would be, that is of significance is House Bill 881. Some of you might be familiar with our Big Sky Trust Fund program that we had, and that was where 75% of that was monies that were available to businesses for job creation. 25% of the funds had to go towards planning grants. We basically, this was a very heavily bureaucratic program. Basically, if a business wanted to get the funds for creating a job, they would either have to go through a tribal government and then go through a CRDC certified, or, you know, one of our economic development partners to basically apply for it. And typically, the government entity was just kind of there to sign a piece of paper that said, yes, they can create this. And then they would be on the hook if the business defaulted on their contract, like that. So, and then the certified, or the economic development organization, they would administer the grant. Although in some cases, the governmental entity also had to do that. And, you know, get a portion of those funds, up to 8%. And then the state, we also administered the grant. And again, it was very cumbersome for businesses to have to go through. And then very limited to, as it was just towards job creation. So basically, House Bill 881 cleans up some of the bureaucracy. It takes out the business having to go through a government entity. They also do not have to use an economic development organization. They can go directly and apply to the state. There will be a focus more on loans, very, very low interest loans rather than grants. And this was simply because the program started in 2005 and $49 million later, you know, we have $2 million sitting. So this way, there can be some money that will continue to come back to the state to be able to lend out and, you know, kind of build a nest egg for the future. And the last one we'll talk about, just in interest of time, and maybe we can send out an email to everybody that, you know, some of the job creation or tax credit bills that were there, but is Senate Bill 540. And that was the basically the bed tax bill. So that bill kind of delineates some further uses for the bed tax dollars, and how it affects the tribes is that basically there will maybe be some more money for tribal tourism, more focused on that. And there will be some economic development, like a revolving loan fund. And again, I think the details of that are still being worked out. And so we'll probably update you at the next meeting, because by that time we should have all of the nuts and bolts of these bills put together and how they can be utilized by the tribal businesses and tribal entities. So that'll be done unless anybody has.
Yeah, question.
Eliana, I know there was funding in for certain projects on reservations. Will those, I think they'll be going through the Department of Commerce too.
Oh, yes, that, I think that was one of the, infrastructure.
Yeah.
Ones, was that 337? Director Osterman may have more of an idea on that. That will be going through community MT, I do believe. So yes, the Department of Commerce. And we'll do just a brief little synopsis of each of the other ones. You know, those were the biggest ones, but
I know they told me, keep your head up, look at it.
Excuse me.
Make sure we got all our ducks in a row. So. I guess there'll be communication between Scott and tribes on those projects, how we're gonna go about it.
yeah, that's, we got them passed and now we kind of just have to work out the details of how they're gonna be implemented and run. And then I actually did have one final thing. So as many of you know, a lot of our programs have been one-time only funding for Indian country. And so I'm happy to say that this session, we actually got permanent funding for the first time. So that's, you know, some of these changes are, you know, as we do projects and again, have the evidence-based kind of the proof there for the legislature, you know, it will be our intent to continue to ask for more funds to do good things. Thank you.
Any other questions? So it's noon, does Heather have to do it now, or do you want, do we take a half an hour lunch break and then? I'm asking.
Oh, are you asking me, Chairman?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
You know, I am happy to have the STED Commission take a break and get some lunch. I don't want to present to you on an empty stomach. I mean, for you, not for me, it's okay. So yeah, I want to respect that, you know, this has been probably a long morning. So I'm also happy to like come back on and present while you're eating. I don't know what the plan is. I looked at the agenda, if you have food in the room or if you're leaving to go get food, but whatever works for you. I'm happy to accommodate.
That's one thing.
Sit around here and eat, and listen to her if you want.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
give
we'll
us 10 minutes and we'll grab our pizza and then we'll have you present to us. Not 15 minutes.
Double, double.
Why not half hours?
15 minutes, Heather, well, okay, thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. Good.
She on?
She's on. Heather's on. Let me
Yeah, it's going to.
change my cord.
Hi, Heather. Sorry, we took the whole half hour.
Long 15 minutes. No worries.
Indian time.
You're up.
All right. So thank you, Chairman Gray and members of the commission for inviting us to participate in your meeting today. And thank you, Marilyn, and members of the Commerce staff for making it happen for us. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Heather Sobrepena, and I'm the Engagement Director for the Center for Indian Country Development, or CICD, as you will probably often hear me refer to our center throughout the presentation. For those who don't know, I'm a Lakota member of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe out of South Dakota, as well as an Absalica descendant from the Glenn family at Crow. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Andy for him to introduce himself, and then we'll get going into the presentation.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So Chairman Gray Vice Chair Sangre, members of the commission. It's an honor to be in front of you today. My name's Andy Huff. I'm Chippewa Cree. I'm enrolled up at Rocky Boys, and I am the Senior Policy and Legal Advisor to the Center for Indian Country Development. So here to answer any questions that you may have. And with that, I think I'll hand it back over to Heather.
Thanks, Andy. I wanted to extend an apology on behalf of Casey Lozar, who is our Director and Vice President within the Community Development and Engagement Division. He's currently chairing a Board of Regents meeting right now. Otherwise, he would be here with us. So just in terms of a little background, Andy, Casey, and I, as well as Billy Ledoux, for a few of us formerly with the Department of Commerce and very familiar with the State Tribal Economic Development Commission, are based out of the Helena, Montana branch of the Minneapolis Federal Reserve. And I just want to extend a deep and sincere Pilamaye or thank you to the STED Commission members who, you were really my first professional experience of sort of bridging that divide between Indian country and working for state government. And so hopefully you've raised me well in terms of helping expand my thinking and making sure that I'm always thinking from tribes' perspectives in bridging the gap between governments and between organizations and the sovereignty of tribes. So I think with that, I'll go ahead and just say a little bit about the commission, about the center. So we are a research and policy institute that's focused on Native economies, and we're embedded within the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. We work to advance the economic self-determination and prosperity of Native nations and Indigenous communities through actionable research, actionable data, research that makes a substantial contribution to public policy. So really on those three areas. And I need to share, as part of our legal disclaimer, that the views expressed in this presentation are my own and not necessarily those of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis or of the Federal Reserve System. As I mentioned earlier, the center is based out of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. The center is a research and policy institute, and we are focused solely on Native economies. That is 100% of our work. We work to advance the economic self-determination and prosperity of Native nations and Indigenous communities through actionable data and research that can make a substantial contribution to policy. So we're not just doing research to do research. And we do that by envisioning a future in which there is a resilient and robust Indian country economy or economies that enhance not only the economic, community, and cultural well-being of Native nations and Indigenous communities, but also of the United States in our regional economies. So we anchor that to 3 core strategies in terms of engaging, which is what I do, analysis, which is what some of our research team does, as well as policy, and then informing. So really leveraging our platforms to be able to help inform economic policy decisions. Let's see, I was going to post something in the chat, but I'll post it at the end when I can see the screen. So what you see here is actually our team, our staff. It's pretty robust. We have about 20 staff here within the Center for Indian Country Development that are committed to the work of the center. We're led by Aline Churamoff, who is our Senior Vice President of Community Development and Engagement. Michael Grover, who is basically like our tie back into the Board of Governors and the Federal Reserve back in DC, as well as our very own Casey Lozar, who is the director of the center and a vice president for community development and engagement. So the way this team is broken up is that on the top, that top row, those are our research folks. So everybody that you see that has a yellow box around them, 100% of their time is committed for us is committed to the Center for Indian Country Development work. So we have economists, we have data directors, we have research assistants, as well as external research partners and interns who are looking at our strategic focus areas. And I'll get to those in a few slides. In our middle row, excuse me, we have our policy team that all of the work for CICD in the policy realm is led by Andy Huff. I forgot to mention that, you know, several of us, at least in the Helena branch, have come from state of Montana government, state of Montana roles. So we're really, I think we have experience in sort of that divide and like policy implications. And so we're really fortunate to have Andy in the role that he's in, leading the policy team. So I just wanted to give that shout out as well. And then the bottom row that you see is our engagement team. So as I mentioned, I'm the engagement director and work alongside some writer analysts, as well as some other staff that are assisting with our engagement strategy. I think similar to the State Tribal Economic Development Commission, we have a 16-member leadership council that is appointed by our president, Neil Kashkari. And they really reflect key representatives from Native nations, national tribal organizations, higher education and academia, as well as industry and federal agencies. And when I stop presenting, I'll put a link to some of our resources so you could take a deeper look at that. I mentioned we have some core strategic focus areas, and I won't get too much into this slide. It's kind of busy, but what you see there are tiles of articles that we have written based on certain policy portfolios or strategic focus areas of our team. And we have 5 listed here, although we have a couple more that sort of are overlay and are an umbrella of all of those. So we're really looking at optimizing tribal tax authority, tribal enterprise diversification, business capital and credit, financing and tax mechanisms, as well as economic infrastructure like broadband. And this slide and the next, just so I can explain what you're looking at here. These are the strategic priority areas. I mentioned that there's a few that overlay all of the focus areas. One of them is the data initiative, and I'm going to talk about that in a future slide. But basically, the point of this slide and the next one is to show you that we have some strategic priorities: data initiative, business capital and diversification, economic infrastructure, where we have prior work, where we have published articles as well as research papers, or have convened events around these strategic priorities. And then we also have work in the bucket that we are accomplishing right now and into the near future. And that's the same for this slide as well, that shows federal financing and tax incentives, also looking at optimizing tribal tax authority, and then looking at economic contributions in terms of wealth gaps and some COVID casino spillover effects that we've been able to look at, as well as like time varying maps of tribal economic boundaries that some of our research assistants have been looking at. So, as I mentioned, we're a research and policy institute. We heard over the course of our time with the center from tribal leaders across Indian country that they need more data to actually be able to tell their stories and to secure the resources that are vital to supporting their tribal economies. I think we heard some of that, maybe on the edges of that in the previous conversation. And so for us, as a result of that feedback of needing more data, we decided to launch a major data initiative to build economic data sets about Indian country that they just currently don't exist. And so as part of this initiative, we're building a suite of data tools that will empower and do empower Native individuals and communities to shape their economic future by identifying possibly needed investments or opportunities. So what you see on the right-hand side of your screen are just some screenshots of some of those tools that you can go out and see and play around in, and the hyperlink to those resources is in the bottom of the slide. But you know, just to name them, we have the Native American Funding and Finance Atlas, where you can overlay basically reservation areas and then certain kinds of funding mechanisms and see how well they've actually overlapped a specific reservation or an area. We also have a Native American Financial Institutions map that shows the presence of Native CDFIs, you know, brick and mortar financial institutions across the US and their proximity or location on reservations, which is a significant issue and opportunity, as well as the Native American Labor Market Dashboard, which we released or launched last year, which shows a rolling monthly average of unemployment rates across Indian country. And this is a pretty big one in the sense that once we put this up on our website, we actually, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, for the first time ever, started publishing Native American unemployment rates as part of their regular release of unemployment data. And then at the bottom, reservation profiles. So if anyone with the STED Commission has some long history, once upon a time, and I don't know if the STED Commission still does it, but there were some reservation profiles. What were they? They were flyers, essentially, that the State Tribal Economic Development Commission, the Department of Commerce, and the Department of Labor Bureau of Research and Analysis Bureau put together for each of the reservations. So these reservation profiles are something similar, except that they go into greater detail for things like loan and mortgage rates on reservations. So really all of these data tools are grounded in some data principles. We know that our work, because it is in collaboration, because it's for Indian country, is in collaboration with Indian country. So we're committed to establishing data partnerships with tribal governments, businesses, and government partners. We recognize at the core of everything that we do, tribal data sovereignty and governance principles. We want to serve as a data resource that has not existed before to any great extent for tribal stakeholders as well as policymakers and researchers. And we really want to be able to empower Indian country to tell their own economic and financial stories. So what you see here is a visualization of our principles for research and data use. And on the left is essentially the what of our principles for research and data use. So data accessibility and governance is what the basis of our principles. We want to make sure that data is used as a tool for Native self-determination. And then our research, we want to make sure that it helps tribes achieve their goals. And that's really underpinned with 5 guiding principles on the right-hand side of your screen, which you can see are informed and prior consent when using non-public data. We have lots of access to public data, but we also have some access to non-public confidential data. So we are committed to the protection of proprietary, confidential, and/or sensitive data. And we recognize the right of tribal nations to govern the collection, ownership, and application of their data. And before we ever publish anything that says something specifically about a tribe, an organization, or an entity, we do a consultative review with them prior to the publication. And because we know that historically, data and information has been weaponized against tribes, we have an overarching goal of do no harm. And these are on our website. As we took on the data initiative, we knew that we would need to have really some sideboards for being a data and research institute. So this is not the first time that the Federal Reserve has come before the State Tribal Economic Development Commission. So I just wanted to share a little bit of history of the collaboration between the STED Commission as well as the Minneapolis Federal Reserve and the Center for Indian Country Development. Sue Woodrow is probably a name that is familiar to some of you. She was a vice president of the Helena branch, and she made some pretty seminal efforts around establishing a model secured tribal transaction act or code that was shared with tribes across Montana. And she was also instrumental in helping develop the Montana Indian Business Alliance or other statewide Indian business alliances in an effort to bring awareness to private sector development on reservations. And then the Minneapolis Federal Reserve via Sue Woodrow and other staff with the center helped to bring national attention and awareness to really the unique funding opportunities through the Department of Commerce for private sector development, tribal enterprise development, and then sort of this tertiary business technical assistance, or what we would see now as like Native American business advisors, or those organizations that help bring resources to bear for business development, business and economic development. And that's not even all of it. Sue Woodrow also assisted and was a thought partner with the Secretary of State lien filing system and the UCC codes, which I believe Crow and CSK, or Crow and Chippewa Cree have agreements with the Secretary of State's office, as well as the inclusion of tribal entities in the Secretary of State's business registration program. And this body, the STED Commission itself, actually hosted Neil Kashkari in Billings in 2019. And that was one of the last meetings actually that I helped put together in my time with the STED Commission. And it was hosted at G&G Advertising. And so just a great opportunity for an executive, a regional Federal Reserve executive, to really listen in on the concerns of tribes in Montana in terms of economic and financial inclusion. So the point of why we're here today is that we are looking for another opportunity to partner with the State Tribal Economic Development Commission. And earlier, I think Leanne mentioned House Bill 19 as one of the updates, legislative updates. And so I just wanted to run through that a little bit, just in terms of like how we might potentially be able to partner with the State Tribal Economic Development Commission. So I was part of the State Tribal Economic Development Commission staff when the first two iterations of an economic contributions by tribes were undertaken and published. So the first was the first looked at 2003 figures, and that was put together by Eleanor Yellowrobe and BBER. And then the second was sort of a more comprehensive economic contributions report that was put together by Mary Kragel for the 2003 to 2009 7-year period. And I think it's important to note that from Eleanor's report, we had a sort of a tagline that tribes, tribal revenues or contributions clocked in at about $1 billion for 2003. So, I think it helped change some of the narrative in terms of, tribes are actually contributors to the state's economy. And the more extensive report that Mary Craigle did for the 2003 to 2009 period demonstrated a $6.6 billion contribution by tribes to the state's economy over that 7-year period. So, these reports were really used. I think it's important to note that they were the first of their kind in Montana, and they really gave tribal voice to economic conversations in Montana. And, they've been used repeatedly by tribes, by Native caucus members, by the legislature, as well as the state administration as a platform to have a conversation around financial inclusion. So we've actually, because we have that history and we have a data initiative, it's almost like the stars are lining up a little bit in terms of we haven't satisfied our curiosity of how to be able to scale this. So, at the leadership of Casey, we've done some research to see if there's a mechanism like the economic contributions report. We've actually talked to the US Census Bureau and have looked at something called the Census of Governments. And this is a 5-year survey by the US Census Bureau that goes out to state and local governments. And it really has 4 purposes: to identify the scope and nature of state and local government sectors. It provides benchmark figures for public finance and public employment. It classifies local governments, organizations, powers, and activities, and then it measures the federal, state, and local fiscal relationship. So it actually looks at a lot of the same categories of revenue and expenditures that the economic contributions reports that Montana has done in the past, or the STED Commission actually has done in the past, and Commerce. There's a lot of similar categories. So this is a great template for doing something like a survey with tribes, except that, for the Census of Governments, it includes all state and local governments except for tribal governments. So there's a real missed opportunity here. So we decided that through our data initiative and having the resources available to the center as well as to the Federal Reserve System, that we would pilot a comparable Census of Governments survey that we've titled the Survey of Native Nations. And we're actually looking to pilot a project with tribes in Montana over the summer. And the goal is to provide tribal governments with the data that they need to evaluate their finances in relation to other tribal, local, and state governments, and to identify areas of opportunity. So this is really like groundbreaking survey work that addresses a data gap in Indian country by gathering information for tribal governments. And this would be comparable to the census of the US Census Bureau Census of Governments. So in July 2023, we're looking to pilot this survey with the 8 tribal governments in Montana. And ultimately, we hope to offer the survey to tribes across Indian country as a tool for developing long-term plans for their tribal treasuries and really increasing awareness of the unique contributions and constraints of tribal treasuries. We are aware and are, as the Federal Reserve, want to promote data use confidentiality. So the pilot of this survey of Native Nations would request detailed information on tribal revenues and expenditures for the 2019 period. But I think it's important to note that as an independent institution within the Federal Reserve System, we're not federal government. We're not government at all, actually. That is the Board of Governors. We are independent Federal Reserve banks. the Minneapolis Federal Reserve has a long history of secure data collection and handling. And we've made a commitment to not release to the public any confidential information that is individually identifiable to a specific tribe. And the data that a tribe provides in response to this survey will be aggregated with other tribes before it would ever be made available to the public. And following on in our research principles, you know, that those protocols for data use and confidentiality would be followed in partnership with tribes that are participating in the survey. Because we really want to honor our tribal partners and the principles for research and data use that we co-created with partners in terms of honoring tribal data sovereignty and governance. And those, again, are available on our website, and I'm happy to share them. So ultimately, what we hope to provide as a benefit to tribes is tribes participating in the survey is information that's useful as they consider ways and opportunities to maximize their tribal treasuries. And assuming that the response rate is high enough to ensure confidentiality, we'll provide participating tribal partners with a comparison of their own results with a summary of results aggregated across all participants, in addition to state and local governments. So how tribes could potentially use this information is to have like a more refined economic narrative, to actually have data that helps support policy conversations, really to identify sort of the unique revenue generators in Indian country, you know, tribal enterprises versus taxation mechanisms that other state and local governments have. It can identify the contributions that tribes are making to state and local economies. And also it's a comparability to say, like, is this equitable? Is this fair? Is this, you know, do we actually have numbers to support that narrative? And for example, like looking at dual taxation, the size of revenues from tribe collected taxes versus state collected taxes. How much money is leaving the reservation or not coming on the reservation because of dual taxation? So we think that this could be a really robust tool for tribes to be able to have a consistent long-term ability to compare themselves, not only to other tribal governments, but to surrounding local and state governments. So next steps would be that after today's meeting, we'd like to connect with the STED tribal government representatives and touch base with tribes to request meetings in June. And at those meetings, we would love to meet with your executive councils, your chief financial officer, or whoever is responsible for basically saying, you know, these are the revenues and these are the expenditures, as well as the economic development departments and the STED representatives. And the idea of that is that we would actually like to explain the survey in more depth and establish some survey points of contact for the survey. And then we would field the survey from the beginning of July through August 18th, where we would also do some one-on-one follow-up and technical assistance to complete the survey as needed. And then in late summer to early fall, we would internally be doing some survey cleaning, coding, and analysis, by which fall we could share some preliminary results as well as a survey debrief, because this is a pilot, with tribes. And then we would take that information and do a readout internally of improvements that we need to be able to take this project beyond a pilot phase. And then towards the end of the year, we would be making those adjustments and providing an aggregate report, you know, with the permission of the participants to the STED Commission. And then we would write an article on our findings. So that was a lot of information shared all pretty continuously without interruption. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen and open it up for any questions if I know how to do that. There we go.
Any questions for Heather, Richard?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Well, good to see you again, Heather. And Andy. My question is on HB 19.
Yep.
You know, I think Tyson Running Wolf introduced HB 19 and it was passed by the legislature. But I haven't got any. I guess my question would be is to the staff here, if that is enough to cover the study. I know last time we wanted the study done, there was not enough money to really get a good study done. And if that's not enough money, what do we have to do? Is the Federal Reserve Bank going to partner with STED to get a good study done? Or- Okay, that's because that is a good tool for us to use. It's a good tool for the legislatures to look at, you know. To see what we contribute to the state of Montana. I always tell the story about the economic summit we had here at Havre and using the Yellow Robe report showing the economic impact we had on the city of Havre and Hill County and all along the High Line. It was quiet. Could hear a pin drop in there after I had the numbers up there between us and Fort Belknap. How much money we spent in Havre, Big Sandy, Fox Elder, you know. The economic impact we had, everybody always thought it was the railroad and the college that contributed most to their income here in Havre, but we exceeded both of them. So it was a good tool that I used, and I'm sure now figures that we had at that time have doubled, maybe even tripled. So it'll be good to get that study done so we could use it as a tool for various reasons.
Yeah. Chairman Gray and Vice Chairman Sangre, great point. So the Federal Reserve is an independent entity, and so we don't accept money for the research and data analysis that we do, which I think knowing some of the history of the previous reports and kind of how even the last run at this through I think it was the 2019 legislature, I think it was funded at something like $56,000 to try to do an update to that report and to also add in expenditure or private sector expenditures possibly. They're simply, and I don't know if Mary Craigle is in the room, but you know, we've had conversations in the past of like how much this would actually cost the state to be able to do something like this on a regular basis. And I think, you know, just back of the napkin math back in the 2019 legislature was at a minimum $230,000 for the staffing and the fielding of the survey. To be able to make sure that it goes through a rigorous process, not only of like the survey component, but also then of, you know, looking at the results that come in. So that's a significant amount of money that doesn't come through legislature often or consistently. So the great thing is that we are offering to do this at no cost to the State Tribal Economic Development Commission. We are a research and data institute, so we have the capacity to be able to do this. So yeah, sorry for the very long-winded answer to your question.
Mr. Chairman, hello, Heather, this is Cheryl Rivas of the Blackfeet Tribe. Good to see you.
You too.
I know we've worked together in the past, and it's Andy, I remember Andy as well, and so, you know what I would like, and this is just my own takeaway from this, is that data is important. I'm not really sure who your point of contact is in Browning or the Blackfeet Tribe, but I would like to get, we didn't have any handouts from you today. Just give us some information, you know, what you just presented, we need that information. If you want to email it to us or get it to Marilyn or Rochelle and they could get it to us. We need those points of contacts for your organization. And then, you know, I think all of us sitting at the table could say we probably helped build Benefis, right? In Great Falls, Montana, and also probably in Kalispell for the Blackfeet Tribe. The data that would help us, and I don't know if you folks do this, I'm just putting it out there, would be to find out how much we spend in healthcare. I don't know if you do data in terms of something so specific, but you know, healthcare is a business too. It's there for the health of people, to improve health and take care of people, but it's also a business, creates jobs, you know, look at it, built those buildings in these cities in Montana. So what we would like is data to use to be able to either show or present to IHS that this is how much we're spending on healthcare. This is why we need more, you know, if you will, physician assistants, doctors, or whatever, you know, housing, you know, there's reasons that people aren't coming to the reservation is because there's no infrastructure in place. There's no housing for them. There's the school system. So if we were to show that this much money is being generated on the reservation that is going out to these cities that have these hospitals, then perhaps we can change, you know, the dynamics of how IHS is funding tribes or funding hospitals on these tribes, tribal reservations. So that's one thing I would like to see. I don't know if you folks do that kind of data research or how you relate it to economics.
Yeah, and Andy, you can jump in if you want. I do believe that some of the expenditure categories that we would actually look at are healthcare facilities and programming. So, I mean, technically, I think, you know, you could look at what Blackfeet is spending on that, not only like internally, maybe, you know, for IHS facilities that are located on the Blackfeet reservation, but for whatever, you know, the tribe is also expending for, say, you know, specialists or, you know, sending folks to other hospitals like Kalispell or Benefis. But Andy, chime in and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not the data person, I'm the relationship person, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Yeah, one of the categories we have planned for this survey is going to be healthcare expenditures. So we've got tribal government revenue sources and also tribal government expenditures, and we ask, you know, dozens of questions in each of those categories. So the idea is that we would be able to capture that information about healthcare expenditures. And then the kind of the useful part would be we'd give a specific report back to the tribes that participate concerning their revenues and expenditures. And that would be that part of the information and how we assess that. That's all confidential, and that's just for tribal policymakers, tribe by tribe. So that would just be your report. And then you could, then with respect to the other piece of it, what we would like to do is eventually aggregate data from many tribes and do kind of public report assessments of that data without revealing any specific information about a tribe, you know, specifically. But again, this is a long-winded way of saying with the reports that tribes could get, they could take any category of revenues or expenditures, say healthcare expenditures, and then they could compare that with comparable government expenditures, like a county of about the same basic size of a tribe. They could say, well, this is how much this county is expending on healthcare or roads or whatever, and this is how much our tribal government is expending in the same category. And you can kind of use that data as tribal policymakers any way you want. So if there's like a big gap between how those things are, how governments are spending money in certain categories, you'll be able to see that. And you can kind of adjust how your tribal government is approaching the issue, or also use that information to go to like the IHS or Congress and say, you know, we need more grant money in this area because basically we're not up to par with comparable sized governments. So that's kind of what we're hoping to do with this.
That's great. That's exactly what we would like to use the data for, is for facility infrastructure improvements and or, you know, human resource capacities such as providers that are needed on the reservation. And the only way to do that is through data when we apply for grants and or loans, or even to just change the dynamics of how we're being funded. We have to, you know, always prove ourselves. And so data is the way to do it. Thank you.
John?
Sure. Yeah, I think this is the first time in Indian country that you have a whole branch for engagement. So if I'm gonna get married, do I have to like call you guys?
Only if you bring
it's good to-
horses.
It's good to, so this part is this is what I kind of wanted to get information on behalf of economic development for the Crow tribe. Economics is, you know, trying to make that dollar spend a couple times before it leaves the reservation. And our leakage report, you know, on economics. So economics, you're talking about well-being. Prosperity is well-being. You know, economic well-being is having a good house, a good yard, don't have to worry about your bills, you know, you're paid up, good job and all that, right? So in the economics part, our leakage report on the Crow reservation, out of $1, only 15 cents stays on our reservation out of millions. So infrastructure wise, we really don't have an infrastructure. You know, we don't have a travel, you know, there's a lot of things that we don't have. And even me, I'm part of it, because when I get paid, I take my check to Yellowstone County. And when we get a per cap, three times a year, we go to Yellowstone County, we go to Bighorn County. So infrastructure wise, economic development wise, we're so, we have to leave the reservation to spend our money, and there's nothing coming back. So, you know, dealing with commerce on Yellowstone and Bighorn, I've always addressed them, but they don't see how I think, I guess, because my thinking is the whole apple. I don't think like an orange. You know, an orange is the non-Indian, that's their thinking, an orange. Mine is the whole tribe. And that's the difference. So if this data can show us and help us how we can, you know, grow this economics on the Crow Indian Reservation, I'd sure like to be part of it, because you know, it's always been from the time the treaties are made to today, man, it's just, I feel like an Ukrainian, you know, as an Indian in Montana. And it's always been a fight to now. And you know, I don't want to be on a soapbox, and I think I want to hand up. How can we come out of this and work for the people, the whole tribe, the whole tribes, I guess, and you know, build on them, building blocks, because it's really critical. We're in a critical state. I guess we're all in a critical state of emergency as Indian people. You know, we have our languages, our lands, our blood quantum, everything's kind of on the line right now. And it's dwindling right in front of our eyes. And this, what you're doing, if that data can help us sustain who we are and save that, you know, the money's part, the tribal leadership part, you know, it'd be really
It'd be really helpful.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Sharon Gray. This is Fort Belknap, Delina Kester. Yeah, I support this idea. I'll take this back to my tribal leadership and let them. Kind of the way you kind of spun it, you know, with like letting them know about, reminding them about, you know, the previous economic development studies and the positive impact with educating our Montana legislature and things like that. I'm down with census. I love census. You know, we use it all the time. We've actually developed like, you know, our own like Fort Belknap tribal census format, you know, but we just didn't have the really the funds to deploy it. Is like we desire to know so much more detail about housing, about, you know, the cultural different, you know, there's a lot of stuff that we need to know that's way beyond the census. So I totally support this. I was also going to mention that as we do the economy, you know, there's a big investment from each tribe into our language and into our culture as well. You know, we don't like to put a financial price tag on powwows and ceremony, but we do fundraise. We have dance committees that have to fundraise. And we also have like a cultural deal, also food sustainability. We got a lot going on like that with tribes, and that's also another helpful way to do the self-determination and the economic development. And I do see that, you know, you have plenty of things on the broadband and that kind of thing too. So yeah, maybe once we get this cooking with each of our leaderships, we can kind of come back with, you know, some of their comments about their, you know, other attributes, because the census is a template, as you know, and it doesn't dig deep enough into housing. We have interesting housing scenarios and build-ups and things. I've like a whole herd of like homeless people that, you know, what they do in the wintertime is really interesting versus what they do, you know, in the summertime. And they're still United States citizens, they're still people, and they have like, they're not even included on our census. So yeah, we'd definitely be interested. Thank you for the effort, and we appreciate your folks' work. I look forward to working with you folks. Thank you.
Any other questions?
What is,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, what is the process now, Heather? Are you folks in a contract to do this, or is there a start date or?
We are not in a, oh, sorry, Chairman, go ahead.
Oh, I just said you had your timeline up there, kind of that calendar.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I can share that again if I can pull up my PowerPoint. Hold on just a sec. So to answer your question, Cheryl, sorry, my mouse is not moving the way that I want it to. Oh, okay. I'm going to share my screen real quick. Can I do that? Okay. So we don't have a contract. And so I think that was why I was pointing out House Bill 19. The State Tribal Economic Development Commission, you know, this economic contributions report is actually you know, something that is tasked to the State Tribal Economic Development Commission. Whoops, I just went past it. And so highlighted there, in collaboration with the State Tribal Economic Development Commission, tribal governments and other partners, develop a system for gathering data to allow the department to quantify on an ongoing basis the economic contributions of tribes in Montana. So I think there's some timelines in the bill. December 1st, 2024 as when, you know, I think a deliverable would be due. We're thinking in terms of kind of the next steps. The survey itself, so we've actually been doing testing. We're going to do this survey of Native nations. It happens to fit with House Bill 19. So we're going to do this if tribes want to partner with us, I guess is what I should say. So we'd like to connect with tribes in starting after this meeting to start setting up some meetings for June, and then field it over the summer. But you know, all of that to say, like, we could meet the deadline of House Bill 19, which I think is December something of 2024, December 1st, 2024. Because our idea is that we're proving this in Montana. And then we're going to take this, once proof of concept is done and we debrief and make improvements, because you would be our partners in looking at the survey itself. Like, does it make sense? Are the questions confusing? We would then take it to tribes in our district, in the 9th district, and then look at fielding it nationally.
Okay, my other question is, how is this different than Mary Cagle's report?
That's a great question. I think the approaches might be slightly different, just in terms of the data, the confidentiality of the data. It's your data, and it wouldn't be shared unless you authorize, unless the tribes authorized individually for that information to be shared. Whereas in the past, I think that information was gathered through FOIA requests. So it's a different approach. It really leans into tribal data sovereignty.
Okay.
Is that what you're calling it? Survey of Native Nations?
Yeah.
I like it. Any other questions? Oh, we're looking forward to this. I think it's exciting. It's definitely needed again. And I think the in-depthness that you guys are giving it is going to be critical for tribes to use the data. Like Cheryl said, for a lot of different uses, grants and stuff like that, that we're going to be applying for and needing that data.
Right. In the past, BIA used to do a labor report, right? And so this kind of reminds me of that, whereas the census is always out there for everybody, but as we know in Indian country, it doesn't really reflect how many people are living in how many, in a house or around the reservation. That there's a lot of country people, so we're not just in the incorporated towns or regular towns that such as Browning. So they quit doing that report, the BIA labor statistic report. And anyway, that was an in-depth report, so that's what this reminds me of. So that is good because we relied on that. They did a little extra effort to get the numbers more realistic.
Yeah.
Mhm. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Andy,
Yes.
good to see you.
Thank you so much. We'll be in touch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like we have continued reports. Like Luke, you're up.
All right.
So we have the IF and the NABA program. Marilyn, is Mary gonna be on this?
No, Mary, I believe there's other folks from Commerce that are gonna be on.
Oh,
She wasn't able to attend today.
oh,
All right, thanks, Chair Gray. Executive Commission members, I'm Luke Robinson, Native Entrepreneur Development Specialist. So I'll just talk about the Indian Equity Fund update. There was a lot of change management this year, fiscal year 23. Tried to change some of the program amounts to lessen them, but just kept it the same. And everything was the same, smooth as per usual. And I'll get into some NABA discussions on the change. So, I blasted out a little email saying there's quite a few Little Shell and Chippewa Crees up here in Havre that are doing business, food trucks, coffee trucks, that kind of thing. Havre Historic Tours is taken over by a Little Shell member, I believe, and run by that. So they got a lot of equipment, capital purchases, cash flowing assets there. And just going as agreed, it's going a lot slower this year. I'm about halfway spent right now. Last year was prepared to streamline things, but I'll get into that in a second again. So Indian Equity Fund is going well. We're getting to the end of the fiscal year in June, so we're going to be re-advertising and restarting the whole cycle again. And hopefully it'll stay consistent and kind of calm down a little bit. So I'm enjoying it. That's Indian Equity Fund. Native American Business Advisors was changed up, not significantly, but there were a lot of adjustments and the way things were run traditionally that worked smoothly. The Native American Business Advisors were taken out of the process for Indian Equity Fund review. And that slowed things down significantly. Just a headache working without them. So it was I was myself and two others in the Department of Commerce, not my coworkers, but some other folks that were doing the review and kind of struggling through 120 applications in a couple days. So just not looking forward to doing that again,
Are you putting them back in?
putting them back in.
Nava's back into the review process.
I am, yeah,
Good.
I've been,
I
yeah,
think it'll help you.
harping on that.
We
since-
know, our Navas know who,
Yeah.
some of these businesses that are applying and can streamline it for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, Brian Atkins has been great, you know, even the emerging Navas too, like Atkins, and then there's another one who had a little bit of issue too, so they'll come with the change management, so looking forward to having the Navas back 2024, I'll say that. But all the money was not dispersed, we had to leave out one Nava because they couldn't get up to speed or get to the requirements, so that's an extra $20,000 we have to not disperse out, and we're still waiting on signatures for one NAPA. And I don't know what's taking so long out of my hands, so I do feel like an accessory sometimes to the program, even though I'm the program manager, so that's where the NABAs and the Indian Equity Funds are at right now, and hopefully it'll be better next year, so.
Application for the Indian Equity, that's out there now or not yet?
Oh, not yet, no, we have to,
In June, is it?
yeah, July 1 through August 15th, so.
Okay.
Just gonna revise that, put everything back up, kind of close out these NABA grants right now and move forward again. As planned, I've been here for 2 years, so I kind of know how to do things and know the best practices, but hopefully they'll be, I guess, considered and welcome this year, so. Yeah, back to you, Chair Gray.
Any questions for Luke? Anyone? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Greg. Luke, is the amount still 14,000?
This is gonna-
Oh, yeah, slow that 320,000, for everybody about 8 tribes, so it's 40,000 per tribe. So 14 to $12,000 grants. I just gave them out 14, 14, and 12 for 3 recipients per tribe. And that was kind of easy to do that way, so any other suggestions would be welcome too, but that's been the most, you know, kind of from strength, and we domiciled on the reservation, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff, so yes.
Are there any performance measures or benchmarks to evaluate on NABA since they've been implemented? So I think that was part of the 20,000, excuse me, the 70,000 that was split up. They put it into, if I'm hopefully I'm not mistaken, but to create the NABA and then to increase the dollar amount for the Indian Equity. Is that right? You know?
Oh, that was a few years ago, I believe,
Okay.
when we
So-
had extra funds. Maybe.
Okay, so I was just wondering, is it working? Is there a need for NABA? Does the Indian Equity need more? Have you gotten any responses back from the entrepreneurs? Is there a
Oh,
need for more
an
money
increase,
or less or more
Absolutely.
technical assistance? Or-
Okay, the need for more funds is, yeah, pretty urgent, I'd say. They want the successful recipients to get a grant, they want another one the next year, but they have to sit out 2 years.
Okay,
And the other 120 or 100 or 98, you know, non-successful awardees don't get money, and they. There's only, you know, me in the program and a couple of others and Feist, so we have no resources or technical assistance to kind of help them. Or find any funds for them, that kind of thing, so. I was, we're at large money with US Bank. But, yeah, that.
so can you partner or are you just understaffed to partner, say somebody like that SBA gentleman
Yeah,
to help them? Or is that what NABAs do?
that's what NABA's
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, they kind of leave
Yeah.
it for that one.
Yeah, they leverage public funds, they have oftentimes multi-million-dollar grant budgets. And we just plug the 20,000 into, have them do a few easy, but not time-consuming things. And yet we I don't know, we switched that up, so it was kind of confusing to the Navas. So it freed up their time to do other things.
And the success rate of the Indian Equity recipients are there success stories of them being like getting past that 5-year mark and, okay, great.
Yeah, Director Osterman put together, he referenced a study that was done on this, the longevity and the successful businesses that are still operating, and after 5 years, it was a high percentage, like in the 90s, like upper 90s, so that was referenced. Just quite a bit of other supporting data on that.
Where's that report? Did the states get a copy of that, or
Probably not.
it would be good to see that report as well?
Yeah, it's going pretty good.
Just to know what tribal members are being successful, what businesses are being, growing. And then, we could get the word out too. I mean, as far as like all of the small businesses, who's making it.
Yeah, we have the success stories on our website, but I have to update those for this last year. And just the capacity of our office is it's a little bit down a little bit, so it's been trying to catch up, so thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. You folks are doing a good job. I know it's hard when you're understaffed.
All right.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Actually, it's not him.
Oh, okay.
We've had 4 people, Chairman Gray. We've had 4 extra people jump on our Zoom, and I was wondering if they could introduce themselves to us.
Thanks, Luke.
Sure. I'm Cody Ferguson. I'm with the Department of Commerce. I'm actually going to present on the community planning platform in place of Mary Craigle, who's unavailable today. And then joining me are some folks who are on our team. So I see that Dan Meehan is on. He's from the firm that we're working with, Housel Levine, to develop the community planning platform. Also joining us is Robert Kane. He's also with Housel Levine. And then Dave Ritz and Benjamin Gill are from the Research Information Services of the Department of Commerce. So we're all here for the 2:30 presentation on the community planning platform, whenever you're ready for us, but no rush.
We're ready.
Okay. Well, I will.
Just
Perfect. I will share my screen then.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
He's gonna share his screen. There.
Should happen. Just so everyone's aware, this is Marilyn Wilson. My computer battery is running low, so we could lose what you're sharing. But if it was the information Mary had sent, I printed that off for all of our commissioners, so they'll be able to look at it as you speak, if that happens.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Well, I will try to share my screen and see if it shares. And if not, it sounds like you have it in front of you. So can you all see that screen? Should be.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then I'm working on one screen here, so I have to make sure I can see the right thing. So thank you so much for the opportunity to present to the State Tribal Economic Development Council. As I said, I'm Cody Ferguson. I'm the Community Planning Program Manager with the Community MT Division of the Department of Commerce. And I'm joined by folks from the Research Information Service at the Department of Commerce, so Dave Ritz and Benjamin Gill, and then as I mentioned, Dan Meehan and Robert Kane from Housel Levine. And what we are excited to talk with you guys about is this thing that we're calling the community planning platform. So I'll just hop into it real quick. What is a community planning platform? And here's our team. Also, who's not on the call at this point, I failed to mention Galen Steffens, I think is also on the call. She's a planner with Community MT Division at the Department of Commerce, and then Carl Spangrud, I don't think is here, but he's working with us over at Esri. So what is a community planning platform? So probably 2 years ago, Mary Craigle and some other folks in the Department of Commerce applied for a grant from the Economic Development Agency to create a planning tool. And the opportunity really was, in the midst of the COVID pandemic, to take this federal money and then address some planning need that had, some attachment to, major economic development or community development issue. And what we did at the Department of Commerce was instead try to create a tool that could last beyond the pandemic, and beyond a specific need that was elucidated by the pandemic, and actually use it to address issues that we saw across the state. And so what we're building is eventually will be a platform where folks involved in economic and community development, so leaders of tribal communities, tribal government, economic developers, will have one place where they can go to find, we hope, as much of the information as is available through state agencies that relates to community economic development, all in one place. So instead of having to go, search for census information in one place and median household income in another place, and maybe wildfire statistics or land use pattern and land use statistics in another place, it will be all accessible in one place. So when you're pulling together grant applications or proposals for economic development, it'll be an easier way to find that information. And so the problems that we saw is that, this kind of data is typically fairly hard to find, and it's really time consuming to find. You have to figure out who to call to get the information. Sometimes you have to wait, right, for a call back. And sometimes it's just hard to find, period. On top of that, right, we've got in our communities across the state, but especially in rural places and in tribal communities, varying levels of planning experience, right? Even knowing what questions to ask, or, if you're asked to fill out a form for reporting, where do you even begin, right? Our communities are very diverse, right? There's different needs in different places all across the state. Every community is different. And then of course we have folks that need data for lots of different purposes, right? So, at the local government level, for growth policies or for community economic development strategy, but at the private level, maybe folks are putting together a business proposal and they want to be able to put together, the best proposal possible. We have a wide variety of folks that would need this data. In addition to that, because of the varying levels of staff planning experience across our communities, there's a need for kind of sharing best practices, and also for finding or having access to templates or the examples of how to do some of these reports or some of these documents, some of these proposals. And this is what we notice is that, and as an organization, an agency that reviews grant applications, we see a lot of inconsistency across communities. And so this is something we would like to address is, let's make the data easy to find. Let's give people the resources they need to put together proposals to address issues in their communities. And then overall, it's, we'll see better applications and hopefully then, better projects that are funded in the state, more development and better development. So what are the documents that this platform would target? Some of the obvious ones are, growth policies or comprehensive plans, community plans, housing needs assessments, economic development strategies, plans related to transportation and water resources, and hazard mitigation plans. But we could see this data being useful for all kinds of purposes, right? So we're hoping that we'll be able to pull together the data that folks need to do these kind of plans, but then also be able to provide resources to help guide users in how to use that data for some of these plans. And then of course, make it available for other things that might be on the horizon for you guys. So which information is so critical? I mentioned before, census and economic information, housing, wildfire risk, administrative boundaries, all the things that we need to know if we're thinking about, how do we assist, wise development in areas, how do we address community issues, where to put housing, how much housing we need, all the things that might be necessary to know about it, to attract an industry or businesses or help industry grow. So the solution, as I mentioned before, will be the centralized platform. And our ultimate objective is to make it easier and more efficient for community economic developers to access the information that results in better community economic development planning, and ultimately we hope better development, better outcomes. So where are we right now? We're kind of a little bit in between these two top points here, between the online survey and key stakeholder interviews. So I'm going to share a QR code, and you'll have it in the handout for where you can take a survey. But right now we're in the community engagement phase. So we have an idea of what this platform might look like in the end, but we really want to get to know or become familiar with, what are the issues that you guys are having in economic and community development? What are you having, in your communities, in the tribal nations? What kind of information do you want? What kind of information do you wish you could get that you can't? And how do you want to get it? And so at the end, I'm going to show that QR code, but we would love to get your guys' input through that survey. And then we've had the survey out now for maybe a couple months. And we're starting to move into the phase where we're starting to interview folks. So some of you may have already gotten an email from Mary requesting to do a phone interview with one of us to talk through and gather some qualitative data about what you would like to see in a resource like this. What kind of data is missing? What's hard to find? How do you want to access it, right? We know that, there's a digital gap across the state, and we want to make this as accessible as possible. So if you have trouble accessing existing data sets on state agency websites because of bandwidth on your internet, that's something we want to know, right? Because those are things we need to think through. How do we address? How do we get this tool out there and make it accessible? After we do the stakeholder interviews, we will be doing in-person meetings this summer. And then we're going to get into the process of developing the platform and testing it. And then we envision there being some training events associated with this once we launch it, and of course communication to help people know it exists and get people using it. Building the platform, this will be completely cloud-based. And one of the questions that we get with this sometimes is, well, this is great to develop it, but who's going to maintain it? Are you going to have somebody there who's updating all the various data sets? We've got some tools that the state has already begun to use that can help aggregate all this data across state agencies. And the way that it's supposed to work is that when state agencies update their data, that will automatically get updated in the platform, in this cloud-based platform. So that's our goal. That's what we kind of built this whole idea around. Then along with that, then we'll be developing some tools that you can download and then visualize planning data. So things that'll help you, run, create maps that can show different statistics across, the geography where you're working, where you're interested in, and then and also statistical, graphs and things like this can help communicate that data, and then planning tools and forecasting models that might be useful in planning for development, and also thinking into the future about, okay, what kind of industry might you be able to attract? What kind of businesses might you help support? How do you want your communities to look in the future, and how can you get there? The ultimate outcome, there's a lot going on in the slide, but on the left side here, we have all this data. It's all over the place, scattered across a lot of different agencies. We want to pull that all into the single space where it can be used for scenario development. And then we can use that ultimately to analyze it, to break it down. Okay, what does this mean? What does it mean for us? And how can we use it? How can you use it? So the why of this, I think I got to this a little bit, but really it's ultimately, looking forward to, from where Montana is now to where Montana and our communities, where we want to see them, right, in the decades to come. We want to be able to be well informed and make good decisions about how we want our communities to develop and the kind of businesses that we want and the kind of services that we want to be able to provide, and to be able to adapt to changes and opportunities as they arise, right? So we're hopeful this will be a useful tool in doing that kind of planning, planning for economic development, land use, population changes, and then economic development feasibility and opportunities that are on the horizon. So as I mentioned before, we are in this space kind of between the online survey and the key stakeholder interviews. So we hope that you'll take the survey. In that survey, it's going to ask you questions about what planning documents are important to you in your community, what information do you want to know, what information do you wish you had access to, and what services do you wish you had. We want to hear all of that. All of that is helpful for us in thinking about how do we create a tool that's actually useful for you folks, for everyone across the state. So here is the QR code to the survey. You can take a picture of it on your phone. It'll take you right to the survey. You can complete that on your phone. It's also included in the packet that Marilyn printed up. And if you take that, we may be reaching out for a follow-up interview if you haven't already received an invite to be interviewed. If you did receive an invite and you'd like to talk to us, we would love to talk to you. So please respond to that. And on the website, you can also sign up for project updates. And also, feel free to contact any of us who are involved with the project. And with that, I will open it for questions. And also Galen, Dan, Robert, Ben, and Dave, if I missed anything, please feel free to hop in.
Any questions for Cody? No, I think we're good, Cody.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, and please feel free to reach out to us. We hope to talk to some of you soon.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so this we have a break before our last presentation.
Yeah.
I'm not here. We'll take a break.
Okay.
We have to take a break. The International Traditional Game Society.
Yes.
Okay.
Bonjour, Anishinaabe, Indian Dao, Washington. I'm Travis Wilmore. I'm the executive director with the International Traditional Game Society.
Okay, Nidana Kuatiji Poke, Moto to Anscott Tukani. Hello, my name is Brandon Fish. I'm the lead instructor / outreach coordinator for the International Traditional Game Society. So what we are here today to do is give you some of our updates for the presentation we did back in, I believe it was November. Since November, we want the task on trying to gain more partnerships to help us with this event. The big ask was to host a world traditional games tournament in 2026. So in order for us to do that, we started at a grassroots effort to try to get as many organizations and tribes in the state of Montana to be involved. So our most recent thing that happened within this past week, actually this past month, we gained a partnership with Western Native Voice, and they are going to head up the youth leadership conference, Expanding Horizon. Will help our kids become more be more sufficient when they come and represent us in DC. So, and then we are working with the American Prairie Reserve now. We talked with one of their directors for the donation center. And they said they would help us with 700 pounds of bison meat to go towards our one of our events. Another thing that took place was we are working with Indian Family Health Clinic, and they have donated 1,500 to the traditional powwow. We do have an event coordinator for that, and that is Jesse Eagle Speaker and Tanisha Rattler. And they are part of the Crazy Dog Society, but also Tanisha Rattler is part of the Stand Up War Bonnet Women's Society, in which they want to do a commemoration for our do a war bonnet dance for the men and war bonnet dance for the women during that traditional powwow. So we have decided to do a 2-day traditional powwow in Great Falls. And that will be Sunday the 8th and Monday the 9th. And we are moving forward with that, which we still do have the venue for that event, and that will be at the Horse Arena and exhibition. So on the 10th and 11th, which is the games, we got a donation from Indian Collective over there in Bismarck, North Dakota. They contributed $2,000 towards our youth events, and then Missoula Run Wild covered 800 of that. So we have raised $2,800 going towards the youth events, which almost covered all the prizes for our youth events. Not only that, I approached the Crazy Dog Society to help us with the traditional encampment, and they have agreed to come forward and volunteer their services to assist us in creating this camp for all the tribes. So one of the things that we've done for that encampment specifically is we are giving each tribe a plotted area. We're not going to tell them how to set up their lodges. We want them to, set it up themselves, but we would be there to assist them. Another thing that happened was we are working with Hannah Haseagle, who is out of Fort Belknap, and they sponsored a clinic. So in 2 weeks, we're going over to Fort Belknap, and we are training up to 100 people for these games. We are helping them build the games. We're going to play them with them. And then we are, I believe it's almost 5 teams that are coming out of there. And she is donating 7 lodges that are coming out of Fort Belknap. Most recently, we had a meeting with the Blackfoot tribe, and we asked for a contribution of up to 10,000. So during that meeting, they did not say no, but they said it would take a little bit of time to do. So one of their trade-offs was that we had to do a mock tournament for North American Indian Days and Heartbeat Indian Days, which we are set to go do. Fighting out there. So Browning High School rodeo team, her name is Jimmy Champ. So we are working with Jimmy Champ, and she is going to do all the horse demonstration and the horse games. So now, not only with our field games, our running games, our arrow games, we have horse games now. So we have that for the second day. The first day on the 10th is all the field games, running games, and the second day is all the horse games. So, and not only, and with that ask, Fort Belknap, they are going to try to transport 2 live bison to do 2 harvesting out there. And then the First Peoples Buffalo Jump, they are helping us with teachers, with volunteers. We are trying to approach the AmeriCorps, the AmeriCorps volunteers, the AmeriCorps Vistas at all these state parks to see if they could help us with some of that volunteering. Another thing that we have done is, that we are gonna bring, telescopes out there. So we can do a star exploratorium of our star stories, and we're gonna create a space to where when these elders do come in, they could, talk about our culture, talk about our star stories, talk about, try to, push our stories onto these children, but also we're working with the Great Falls Public School District, and they are gonna be sending, busloads out to our youth day, and the youth day is actually 10th. It's just dedicated to the youth. And then the 11th is when we're gonna open it up to the tourists. But that has to do with a timing issue with the First People's Buffalo Jump, because they are closed on the 10th, and the 11th is when they have to open. So with our conference, we gained a partnership with Western New Voice, which I already said. And we are just going after presenters throughout the whole state of Montana in all the tribes. We do have 32 openings for presentations. So one part is a youth conference, the other part is an adult conference. And then with, we got another area called the Mansfield Center, in which we are working with a game designer company, and they're going to do we're calling it a game con. So we're going to incorporate virtual reality, tabletop gaming, card gaming, and traditional gaming, and we want to turn that into a cosplay event, plus have our entertainment in the evening. But this will be something for the youth. So we have something of our ancestors, but something modern also, which would we see attracting to make, helping giving back to the youth and giving them some entertainment. So and then with the parade, do you have any updates on the parade?
Not really. We have it booked for downtown Great Falls on Saturday, the 14th, was it? Saturday, the 14th, booked downtown. Free to enter. There's 3 different categories. I think one's dog days, one's traditional and regalia, dancing and singing. And the last one's gonna be res rides. So just little fun there. We're gonna be giving out prizes for first, second, and third for each category. Free to enter. So we're just trying to really get the youth and community out there to send a ride to push through, and even like res rides would be fun, you can get your old beater, you can just push it down, wave at people. One thing we're happy to say as well. One thing is happy we're saying as well is that we have all of our facilities booked, paid for, and ready to go. I gave everyone little packets, the facilities on the side, that's where they're all gonna be. We have some other partners, and we have our partner scheduled events on the second or third page. But we're also opening up the gathering of families to everyone, like you guys, there's companies or entities that want to be part of it and put on their own thing. Feel free to get in touch with us. The bigger, the better. The more people we can get in, the better. We are currently looking for speakers for our native conference. We have 4 categories of speakers: traditional games, tribal language and culture, social justice issues, healing and reconciliation, and the natural world for spirit and healing. So we do ask, you guys have a form in there with all the presenters with a QR code. If you guys know anyone that's a speaker, please give them our information. We're really, really looking for speakers. We'd like to have representatives from each tribe, so everyone's included. We are working out, we're doing a lot of fundraising right now. We're trying to work out a fund to be able to get our speakers down here and launch them.
So some things that we are doing, some of the things that wasn't mentioned, we're working with the Montana Cheerleading Museum. In which we are opening, we're doing a grand opening of the exhibit that we have, that we are creating in their museum, which is an interactive museum. So we're doing like murals of our star stories, of our creation stories. So we're utilizing the 4 directions, and then we're painting a mural of the stars on the ceiling, and then we're also utilizing the ground. But we are also requesting to see if you have any artists that want to contribute to that, in which we will actually, we want to, what do you call it? Spotlight our artists during that time. We did ask some of the major name artists, but they just are really busy. So this is a youth empowerment effort. But also, we talked with the MAPS program and which they do documentaries here and on the different reservations, and we had a discussion of them actually covering this event out at the First Peoples Buffalo Jump with all of the tribes, teams coming together and playing these games, but also really really pushing the cultural part into this. Is there anything else that I'm missing? Oh, and they are gonna do the film festival for the Lewis Department of Turtles.
Did you come to Fort Peck?
Yeah, I came to Fort Peck.
What they say?
They said they needed to find the funds. I've been calling over there. I haven't got any answers.
You got a card? Or do I call
There
you?
was one attached,
Do I call you or do I call him?
either or, same office.
I got it.
So how much you need? A bunch? Oh, yeah. For the kids, for the kids here, right? For the kids, right?
What we have been asking for the tribes is a donation of 10,000, but that also includes the transportation and lodging of the team that they're sending. And so we're hoping for the games tournaments for the youth, we want high school age students. We want teams size 5 to 8. Team size, and we are just trying to, with the 10,000, we will lodge them. Feed them and transport, pay for all that.
And so I talked to Hayes. I've talked to Fraser, and I talked to Wolf Point. They're all excited for it, but it's just having the funding for them to transport them. We're hoping at least 3 to 4 teams, at least 1 team out of every high school to show up from the reservation. So factor in the lodging, factor in the food, factor in transportation, and factor in the camping stuff. So we're hoping that 4 days of them being at the traditional powwow, because we want them to compete in the hand game tournament. We want them to be in the traditional powwow, and we want them to compete in the horse game and also the field games and the running games and all that.
Perfect. I'll answer for you by Friday. I'll get a hold of you on Friday.
Nice.
Also, we have Jesse Eagle Speaker is making a traveling Eagle staff for this event, the tournament. And so we are, our plans are to make this an annual event for the tribal communities here in Montana. And that Eagle staff will travel to whatever tribe wins that year.
Question?
This fit?
This all fits. Chair,
Yeah.
if I may, just to elaborate, so I believe the International Traditional Game Society has received $25,000 for promotion of the event. Did any of the porta potty wash stations, was that a part of your budget or was it all marketing?
So that was part, so it was not selected. So we're gonna have to accommodate that on our own.
Right, okay, it wasn't included in the
Yeah.
proposal, okay, right, so it's a separate, it's gonna be a separate
Yes.
cost. And then, have you had any help or connection with the Army Corps of Engineers
So I did, we did message them, we did email them. We just haven't heard nothing back.
Okay,
And
might
that-
it be able to help to
Yes.
see if we can maybe regenerate that conversation because of just the logistics of setting up for the encampment. Those components. And then what are the, what's the duration of the youth conference piece again?
So the youth conference, yeah, it's 2 days.
Is it the Friday, Saturday or Thursday, Friday?
Thursday, Friday,
Thursday, Friday? Is it gonna be like at 8 AM to?
8 to
3 p.m.
9, I think, so I think it runs at the same time frame as the adult conference, so.
Actually, it's 8 to 5.
8 to
Yeah,
5, right?
yeah,
Okay, so
8
it'll
to
be
5.
2 full regular business days.
Yes,
Correct.
And then so Vice Chair Sangre, the other things that I'm looking at is where we might be able to find additional funding in commerce to help support this event. And my hope is that with the passage of House Bill or Senate Bill 540, which designated 22.5% to include tribal tourism and some other priorities at the state level for bed tax funds,
Mhm.
I might actually have more funding that I could put towards something like this than I've ever had before.
Nice.
So that's what we'll be looking at, what we can do from the state level, at least within commerce to promote this for tourism.
Mhm. Good.
Did you reach out to Bill Snell or the Puna at Rocky Mountain Tribal Leader?
Yes, we did. We are actually going back to Billings in July for a clinic over there.
Health
Yeah,
conference, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So we've been doing our homework. We've been doing a lot of outreach.
Yeah, a letter of support from them as well, and also from Bob Kelly.
I'm not, yeah,
The letter's nice, but.
yeah.
Well, that's the first step, like, if they support us, do they really support us?
Right.
We've been getting asked from Canada, from North Dakota, and from Washington. So this July, I'm going over there on July 7th. And I am gonna do outreach out there because they want us to do a demonstration, but they also want us to talk to their tribal leaders over there for involvement next year, and we're already starting that process. So,
Yeah, for sure.
As far as traditional speakers. Have you got contact with Donnie Wetzel Jr.? Who, you know,
do you know-
state commission at one time had programs for language. And that has since gone over to Department of Education.
Mhm.
I think Donnie might have some information on that as far as speakers are concerned.
So I did email him, it's just having them email me back or contact us back has been the issue. I know that the legislative session is over now, but during that time I emailed him, they're like super busy with everything. So I could reach back out to him to see if he's willing to help us. I know Tommy Christensen, I reached out to him and he said the same thing, is to reach out to Donnie. Then I talked to Ed Halber, and I just been talking to different elders from, you know, different reservations in different areas to kind of get this whole thing, you know, to have everybody included in a good way, in a good positive way, you know. But, it just, this has been a lot of work.
So just got the phone with Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders, with Tafuna. He's the CEO over there. He's the chairman and I'm the secretary on the board too, so. They said just to write something in black and white. And send it over to them and they'll be able to donate to
Nice.
what you got going on too. So
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
just count Chairman Gray.
Yeah, any other questions for Steve Adamson?
Just one more time, the speakers that you're trying to get, what are the 4-track themes again?
Traditional games, tribal language, cultural understanding, healthy living, social justice, healing, social justice issues, healing and reconciliation. And then the natural world for spiritual healing.
Copy, you got a copy of that one?
Yeah, this is our list. I printed before I came here with, who we have and who we're looking for. If I can just give this to you.
I could just snap a picture.
Today is the one.
We are very, very much hurting on, the social justice issues and also the natural world spirit. You know.
Find out if they have an application and two, then whether it would be great.
Right on, thank you. I guess.
Also, I'll be meeting with
I had to update my-
our board of directors. We're gonna be requesting, more fundraising on our end. And I'm gonna be requesting for every clinic we do, 2,000 of it gets put away for the gathering of families from here until October. And as of right now, we have 4 clinics coming up in the next 3 months, so I'm hoping to get approved by our board and we can start putting money aside to get, our speakers down and also help with just general stuff. Additionally, we are working on our website. It should be up within the next 2 weeks. You're able to register for teams, get information, register for the conference, register for the parade. Everything's gonna be online. It's its own separate website from our traditional games website.
The one thing that I will request is that when we strive to send their cultural instructors and storytellers so that we could really make this camp really meaningful. And because we are gonna have kids coming from the Great Falls area, a lot of them just don't have a sense of identity. And they're taking on these identities that aren't even of us. And it's creating a lot of confusion. So by doing this, by all of us working together, you know, just think how we're gonna really put our kid, we're gonna evolve our kids back into our ancestors. I'm gonna keep saying that, you know. And that's what exactly what we're trying to achieve, is for them to have that indigenous mind and that intelligence and that thought.
Thank you.
One more question. Just one more question, yeah. Are you 501c3?
Yes.
Yes, we are. It's in that, we have it in that packet that we gave.
It's not on this one.
Oh, not in that one?
But yes, we are a 501c3.
I got a question.
Oh, go ahead, Sean, one more question.
What's your, what kind of horse races are you gonna do?
So we're doing hoop and staff. We're doing an endurance race. And then there's this thing called a buckskin race. Where you take a buffalo hide and you try to race behind the horse.
Rawhide, call it rawhide, right?
Yeah, rawhide race, yeah. And then we're trying to do horse wrestling. And then, yeah, maiden race. And then, if we have other tribes that want to include their horse games, you know, we're more than willing to, you know, to work with you. But we want this event to be meaningful, but we want to make it even bigger. And to be able to attract as many people as we can to this. So if you have vendors that you want to send there, please let us know. Or even anybody that, you know, that you think would benefit.
So you said you want our kids to be like the ancestors. I know we all come from wife stealing.
I won't have wives there.
Pros are coming, you gotta watch.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, one more thing too, is we got all of our first aid stations accommodated. Alluvian Health is putting a mobile station out there to first do buffalo jump at the traditional powwow and at the conference.
Thank you.
No. Yes, thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Chairman Gray, we have 2 people on Zoom, Alicia Harvey and Deanna Brady.
Who's that?
Deanna Brady leader and Alicia Harvey.
Yeah, Alicia Harvey is the team.
Okay, so I don't know if they want to introduce themselves or.
No, did they hear?
Hello, I am. Yeah, Alicia's here. Hello, it's a pleasure and an honor to be listening to your meeting today. I am Chair of the State's Tourism Advisory Council and commending and thankful and grateful for all of your tourism efforts. And we look forward to helping in any way we can help you promote those. As well as I work at Museum of the Rockies as our Director of Marketing. And I'm grateful to any of you who came in yesterday and shared with us your thoughts. And we are very grateful to you. And we just are so grateful for your leadership in helping us do the right thing with our collections and honor the ancestry in the right way. So again, it's just been a pleasure listening in, and as part of our Tourism Advisory Council role, it's our honor and our statute to work with you and help you with tourism promotion. So thank you for allowing me to listen in today.
Okay, thank you. Who else is on?
Deanna Brady Leader.
Hello, can you? hear me?
Deanna's with the traditional native thing.
Yes. And
Hi, Deanna.
hi, it's great to see some of you again. And I'm just here to tell you that Brandon and Travis are absolutely amazing in the efforts that they're making. We've got one more person on staff, Tawny Lavadeur, that went through the Lewis and Clark Bicentennial as a player, along with Brandon in the traditional games back then. And they're right at the front line of planning with us, and they've carried that knowledge of the games and their enthusiasm for having all kids have the experience of being exposed to their own culture. So we just really appreciate what STED is doing to listen and support us in this idea that our young people have been asking us for 30 years. Please have a way for us to meet each other across the tribal boundaries in events that are authentically related to our culture, in the arts, in music, dance, games. They really want to know their own culture, and so many of them are in urban areas, or they don't have programs even on the reservation that keep them in public schools, in after-school programs year-round that really reflect the culture. They do get language, but they don't get to travel and see each other. So this is the first step toward that. And we thank all of you for being there and listening to it and helping with the effort. That's
Okay, so any other business? Well, I think they're about ready to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Seconded.
Aye. Yeah. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you,
Marilyn.
guys.
Again.
Thank you.
In a second.
Glacier National Park next, huh?
I've turned this back in.
No, I don't have to.
Ask for it, after you left the red.
I get it.
Get you back on.
You're out of here.
Get you back on the red.
Where did you go? Where did you visit?
Yeah. You have any goods?